Hey, good morning, everybody. I'll call the Wednesday, March 20th special meeting of Southwestern City School Board to order. Roll call, please.
Ms. D'Angelo Steele.
Here.
Ms. Liskini.
Here.
Ms. Martindale.
Here.
Mrs. Peterson.
Here.
Mr. Bosso.
Be here. Can I get a motion to adopt the agenda as presented for the March 20th board meeting?
So
Move Martindale.
second.
Mrs. Peterson, second. Any additions or corrections? Seeing none, roll call.
Ms. Martindale.
Yes.
Mrs. Peterson.
Yes.
Ms. D'Angelo Steele.
No, I don't approve this agenda as it's presented. It is not. But I thought it was going to be today.
Ms. Liskini.
Yes.
Mr. Bosso.
Yes. Before we start, I'd just like to make a statement. I know there's been a lot of talk in the community on the social media sites that we're kind of popping this meeting up without anybody knowing. This meeting was scheduled back in February 21st. It was picked this time of pick so all board members could be here with our time schedule. This board as a whole is trying to get together more as a board to talk about issues in this district, and so that's why we're doing this. I just wanted to put that out there. We're not trying to hide anything from anybody in this district. We really want to be open. So with that, the first item for discussion will be surveying multiple stakeholder groups in our community. This is something the board wanted to do to get a baseline of things going on in this district, to find out if things were implementing or working or not working. So anybody have any comments to open up to the board members? Anybody?
I'm excited about this. And the questions, are needed all these questions? There's a few questions I'm not sure why are on here. Like, is this now the time to be like, I don't know, like I would open to like, or how's it work?
Yeah, it's really open discussion, as far as Evan can kind of take you through the format
Okay.
and pieces, and then we can pick apart.
Okay.
My thought would be, because there's some parallel structure among them, we'll probably spend more time in digging on the first one, and then you'll see the parallel components, but absolutely, if there are questions here that I don't understand why we're getting at, or what we're trying to accomplish, or why we, then we can have that conversation. So, if it's okay, Evan,
Thank you.
put it
Thank you,
on.
Evan.
No problem. Good morning, everybody. So as Chris kind of framed discussion here, opportunity moving forward, a lot of turnover and transitions to kind of establish a baseline with different stakeholder groups to see kind of thoughts, perceptions, attitudes, where we're heading in different directions and across departments, across personnel, those kinds of things. So in kind of some preliminary discussions, I've kind of picked up some bits and pieces and kind of organized essentially what is kind of a proposal before you into 5 different surveys. I want to preface this by saying, obviously, we're going to spend some time on the agenda today talking a lot about, the superintendent search firms, potential, those kinds of things. So what you will not see reflected in what we will discuss today will be kind of the broader community piece. I would assume based on some of the discussion today, we might see some suggestions from them, whether it's going the qualitative route in terms of getting feedback from the community at large, or the quantitative route, so focus groups, small group settings, community open houses, those kinds of things. So I wanted to kind of provide some space for them to suggest some things for you guys to make a decision based on their recommendations and ideas. So this is reflective of a qualitative survey. So across the different surveys, anonymity is important in terms of the viability of the answers we receive. So the idea in hand is to administer these through Google Form surveys, where everything's toggled off on the back end. You can't track email addresses, you can't track clicks, anything like that. It's just given us to a giant data pump that we're to organize and work with Robert Kramer in our IT office to kind of go through and make sure it's in a presentable way to provide us some feedback and actual feedback to work on. So the other piece too is, we're trying to look not just in the short term, but long term. So you'll see in a couple pages here talking about, when we're ranking or when we're asking for feedback on the superintendent's office, obviously with Dr. Wise's announcement last week, right? You might not get the best answer in year 1, but we're looking 2, 3, 4, 5 years out, right? In terms of thoughts, perceptions on that seat. And I think we have a phrase, superintendent's office. So sorry, Dr. Lesher, that's multiple votes in that consideration moving forward. So that's kind of the piece there that we move into kind of our timelines on this front page. So if we could start with the black box and work our way back with the student survey. So this is a heavy testing time right now for us. So we've got OSTs, we've got state mandated timelines for, important pieces for graduation and across K-12 that we're implementing in terms of development. So that kind of drives, in my opinion, the timeline of implementation moving along. So as you can see here, obviously with 81 spoken languages in the district, there's going to be some time working with EL to make sure they're translated. We're going to go through, and as we communicate with families at the beginning of every year, we provide opt-outs, for families that for whatever reason don't want their student to participate in the survey. That's fine. We just need to get a little bit of time to our principals and make sure we're keeping track of that to respect that decision. We'll build the surveys and implement them the weeks of, they're starting April 29th. We'll set aside time for students there. And then we'll go up to the K-12 parent survey. So we will look at that across the board, how parents are feeling about our district in a number of different areas. Those will also need to be translated as well too when, English is the native spoken language in the home. And then finally, we've got 3 staff surveys for our different union groups. So for SWIA, for OC, for SWA as well too. And you'll see some commonalities in some of the questions there. So we can kind of look apples to apples across the different groups. So if we flip the page and go over, again, I've already touched base on the survey being, anonymous is the most important part in my eyes. Again, just to make sure that we're, doing everything we can to ensure forthright input. And then survey instruments, there'll be some multiple choice, but a lot of them are what I consider to be the 5-point Likert scale. So you can go with 7-point scale, so 7 different options or 3 different options. 3 I think is generally too few, 7 I think is too heavy, so I think 5 is a good place where you can see kind of favorability for against certain things. If we look into the next page, so parent survey questions, the first 4 are demographic. This will be a recurring theme you'll see in departmental organization questions from ratings from 4 to excellent. That's the Likert scale 5-point that we're talking about here on an array of different areas for parents, wanting to know their thoughts on core academic offerings, quality of non-core academic offerings, and we're really asking them to rate us on a quality scale. So that's where you see it get poor, fair, good, very good, excellent. It's perceptions of quality. If we go to the school environment, we've got some pieces in here about school climate and culture. We've got some number 15 asking about school safety, kind of in a broad perceptions standpoint from parents. What are their thoughts, and we'll be able to drill that down by building to see what their thoughts are, and maybe it's a communications gap or there's some consistency pieces we can improve upon. Staying in touch and informed as a parent, obviously very, very important in terms of engaging families in the success of their child. 21 and 22 are very open-ended. What's the biggest success in your child's school? What's the biggest area of improvement? And again, we'll be able to drill that down by building. And then you'll see the common theme across all these surveys in our superintendent search questions. Again, I don't want to get ahead of our skis in terms of what some of these firm providers may be offering. But essentially, we really want to ask, I think, 3 pertinent questions. First and foremost, if you flip the page, so we're working with 17, 18, and 19. 17 and 18 are open-ended responses for families to let us know, hey, what do you think should be the most, or what is the most important success you'd like to see continued in the next 5 years? And then in number 18, what should be the most important priority for whoever is in the superintendent seat moving forward over the next 5 years? We'll be able to aggregate answers, find common themes. We'll do some word clouds to kind of see the frequency of answers and see if there's some commonalities there that might guide the board's decision making and eventual hire. And then number 19 is kind of a competency piece. So you can see there's a range of different competencies from leadership, from educational background, to skill-based, to again, communication side of things. You rank your top 3 for us that we can kind of look to guide our decision making moving forward. So with that being said, we can head over to now kind of the, question.
Let's back up. That was a lot.
That was a lot.
So let them take a breath and catch air. What did you see? What do you think you see in there? Denise, if there was something specific you had a question, I think it's a good time to jump in and slow down here.
I didn't, no, question number 3, I don't know either. We're gonna take that question. The standard protocol.
It generally is from, and we were looking for kind of some repeatables in past surveys. So in the community survey, we asked that piece as well too. So for us, it's kind of to see kind of equity in terms of the community. We've got, like Columbus, we have a lot of students coming in and out throughout the school year. So we're hopeful that that will be another way potentially we can kind of narrow down some pockets of the taking my church hat on. I said congregation. So sorry, other hats. We got one service tonight. So other pockets of our stakeholder groups. Again, to try to see where there are identifiable gaps, especially too if there's any families that have kind of transient housing needs that we're able to assist in better communicating, the different elements of our district. So
That makes sense,
Yep.
thank you, that makes sense.
Other things, is really when you dig into, let's take 5 through 20 for a second, on the parent survey. If other things in that 5 through 20 that you want to talk about.
Very thorough, in a short time. Short number.
So the concept is obviously there's one specific to parents, there's one specific to teachers, there's one specific to OC, there's one specific to administrators, and there's one specific to the students. I have parents and students, but there's the 5-step risk. And then we'll tailor essentially 15 through 20 to the different groups. Other than that, it's really pretty parallel.
You said it's gonna be able to pull specific results to buildings.
correct.
Correct.
Yeah, from the demographic information. Yes.
I think that's important.
I can
Yeah,
know.
yeah.
I think about working in some buildings and others so that it can be implemented in other buildings. Not as a blanket, but just
Correct.
use these ideas. And I've always said these like elementary schools are like petri dishes. What's working in one? If it's working in one, we should really try that in another.
Okay, so it's okay, then let's focus on the superintendent for a second. Is there anything there that you would mark a C or in, especially in the check boxes that you think are priorities that may not be listed? There, because I think that's a pretty parallel piece throughout.
And this will be going out at the end of April, going into May.
And on the group, correct?
Yeah, so potentially we could, for the parent survey, we could enable the timeline a little bit. My thought was if we implement at the same time the student survey being implemented, that you might have more buy-in and you might have some kind of reinforcement at home and in school of, hey, families already taking the survey is between students and families operate at the same timeline. Otherwise, we might get, is it this survey this week? We can have some repeatables in terms of offerings. Yes.
Yeah.
The other thing is we could adjust the timeline a little bit for parents, pretty easily get teachers something different from the search firms. We think that we need this information more quickly.
Well, that was my only
Yes.
concern, is if I'm not getting this information until the
Correct.
second week of May, I'm assuming we've already been pretty well into our search by then.
I would assume the firms will talk about it in a 12-week process depending on the firm. So yes, you're right.
Yes.
Okay.
So we've got some potential to move there.
Anything else there? If not, we'll skip to the next one.
So again, with the student success survey, so we've offered historical surveys in different formats here. So we'll get into what I'll earmark was a couple legacy questions I'll call when we've historically asked. So we could even actually look in the rear a couple years with some similar pieces. At this time, I've identified 7 through 12 as kind of our executive functioning. That's when you start to see some of that more agency as a student side of things in terms of their cognitive development to be able to weigh in on certain topics. So that's why kind of 7-12 was identified.
So we can stop there from the standpoint of, I'm not sure how valid the results are going to be K4 and how much time we really want to spend on 20 question surveys for elementary kids. I think 5 and 6 is debatable. We feel more comfortable 7 through 12 because I think we'll give you more accurate information. But you can easily make the case for 5th and 6th grade to be included. And it's really, this is a board conversation. If you want us to expand it down, just understand it'll take more people, and I'm not sure of the ability of the results. It's up to you. That was our recommendation, I guess, is 7 through 12. But I can understand if the board would like to do 5 and 6 as well.
I myself would.
I'm good with that.
We can do it for you if you decide next here, Adam, you can have it. First pass.
So again, you'll see the student.
Sorry, no, it popped in my head. Okay, but the parent survey is gonna go to all K through 12. So then next year, basically in a nutshell, depending on some of that feedback, and we'll get it broken down by buildings, we'll be able to determine if we do need to look at some more surveying of 5 and 6, depending on what those concerns are. Okay.
So, we touched base on, again, the need to communicate with families in the handbooks and their annual disclosures, in July and August every year to say, anytime we're going to survey you, we're going to let you know, we're going to give you the questions to make an assessment of if you want your students to answer these or not, and, afford you appropriate amount of time to be able to opt out. So, if we move over, that's just kind of, the next page is just kind of the cover letter of that opt-out notification and timeline. Where do you have a question?
Well, I'm just looking at these, there are several questions that seem a little bit redundant in terms of how a student would answer. So I feel like I belong in my school. I feel connected to the adults in my school. I'm excited about going to my classes. Like, I think that you're going to get the same answer essentially for all three.
No.
They may, so three, if you notice the ones with the asterisks, so number 3, I feel supported and respected by the staff in the school. Number 4, I feel supported and respected by the peers and friends at school. 9 and 10, so I feel connected to the adults in my school. I am excited about going to my classes. So you might get some deviation of answers, but those ones with asterisks are the legacy questions we've asked in the rear. So I only included 4 of the original 12 that we had originally offered a previous one. So those aren't necessarily Evan questions per se, but it's a way to kind of tie in, I think, to where we're going to, so we can look in the rear a couple years data-wise to see if we've seen any movement.
I can give you a couple of historical pieces. One, those 4 are also tied into the building CIPs and their second goals. 2 is when we look back, and it's been several years since we did it countywide, they used to do what we call the pause survey. And what we saw over time is kids did respond significantly different in how other kids treated their teachers, and how their teachers treated them, and how their peers treated them. And at least in the last year, the pause peer-to-peer respect from kids was at an all-time low. And the relationship with adults was actually stronger over that time. And again, it's been several years since we've given. So from that, we did actually see different answers. And we need to beef up the words to get to the point of we're trying to target a different feeling. How do you and I get along versus how do I get along with my teacher versus where do I get to school? So we can look at the wording to get there. These are the questions we tried to use that provide the data from the CIP, and they're relatively parallel to the questions we have.
Yeah. There's also some title implications with Natalie and some of the federal funding pieces too, some routine questions of surveying they need to ask as well too, and some of these address those needs in there for compliance. So back up to the top, 1 and 2, and then we'll as Dr. White just said, we'll kind of recap and see what questions we have. Again, demographic questions 7 through 12, so we can kind of go through and find target populations. Again, we're asking for students' level of agreement with these statements, and 3 through 10, you'll see, again, just in terms of engaging coursework, are we engaging them in extracurricular activities and elective opportunities, sense of belonging in school, post-career or post-high school element. Again, I think that we're all here for those 3 E's: enlistment, enrollment, or employment. So, again, it's important for a 7th grader, I feel, to start mapping those concepts out to see if, they can find that applicability at lower level. And, if not, maybe that's good feedback for us to develop a little bit there. Questions 11 through 16 that spills over on the back are kind of school environment pieces. So you have safety, you have rewards and discipline, which is a part on the behavior side of things that kind of touches base a little bit there, and it's kind of a supplementary piece to where that discussion might go. School building, classrooms, facilities from a cleanliness and a operational standpoint in terms of the environment that they're learning in every day. From a technology standpoint, on the back page, number 15, number 16, if I'm struggling in class, I know at least of any staff member I can go to for support. And then the recurring piece, you'll see this again, the open-ended questions in 17, 18. My favorite part of my school is in terms of things we need to continue with. And then if I can improve one thing about my school, open-ended, what might that be? And we'll let students really do the work from there. So I'll kind of pause again, thoughts, reflections. Ready to roll on? So these last three, look at just being mindful of time. I think we've got 5 minutes before we transition here a little bit. So you'll see a lot of repeatables. So sorry, go ahead. Okay. You'll see a lot of repeatables. Again, anonymity and survey responses is paramount in terms of the implementation of the survey itself. On the administrator survey, the classified survey, and the certified survey, you'll get back to kind of some of the core parent questions on district building, leadership, environment questions. So when you see those 3 through 14, again, it's very similar, and we're looking for repeatables year over year that we can establish a baseline this year and kind of assess in the years moving forward, all these different areas and offerings. From a demographic side of things, hopefully we can kind of tailor, are there perceptual pieces, are there onboarding pieces with newer employees versus more tenured employees, those kinds of things to kind of see if there's any variations. And then we get back to the open-ended questions, which we've addressed. That's another repeatable across the surveys. And then the superintendent search questions, which is another repeatable just for this year. We're hoping we don't have a 1 year hire, obviously, so we'll take those out next year. Any questions on the administrator surveys you see fit before we advance?
I think you can almost ask the same questions. 7, 12 questions, almost the same questions.
Say that one more time,
Like,
please.
it'd be interesting to have some of the same question. Like, there's not really any, I guess you don't have, I guess the standard's different for surveying staff, right? Like, you don't have to have like a feeling question. Like, I think it'd be.
And then you might get some of that in the open-ended. Some of the open-ended pieces we might be able to quantify a little bit there too. And from a department level, for students, because that's the other big omission is, we're not necessarily asking them to, rank the superintendent's office. We're made up of all, these neighborhood schools across our 119 square mile footprint. Some of them might know the taller bald guy who walks through, but they don't know his role and competency and position, all those things.
True.
This is the time, if you would like to see one or two of those more you belong here type of questions in the administrative or teach survey, you said just tell us what number, because we've got room for 1 or 2 more questions.
Yeah.
It helps. It's
Yeah.
for children, it's really hard. And for staff is pretty good about filling out. Parents, again, if it gets over about 15 minutes or 20 minutes. They're just less likely. The staff is pretty good about that.
So here's
one had a question.
in the 3 through 10 section from the student survey.
I think so. And I mean, with the K-12 even, you could ask, so you're not asking the superintendent questions in the K-12 survey? Is that right?
Oh, no, we're asking them.
You did? Okay.
So number 6 is on the rating of quality of the position in terms of performance, and then the superintendent search questions are.
Okay, for K-12?
Yep.
And for the, 7 to 12?
Not for the 7-12%.
So it's not, it's not 7 to 12.
Not for the students 7-12.
Not for the students? Okay.
Yeah, it is for the K-12 parents.
I know there's a lot of, especially at the high school level, there's been a lot of feedback lately from the high school students at least, and their interest in being more a part of decisions kind of going forward and whatnot. So, I don't know if you can even do a section at least for like 9 to 12 and let them kind of have a say. It was so great yesterday seeing some people voting, seeing all the high school students out voting and everything was really cool. And I don't know, I know a lot have reached out and maybe another way to kind of engage them.
I think it could easily be, if I'm to add a number 11 on the student survey, in terms of what I'm hearing is kind of that leadership piece is I have the opportunity to provide feedback and it's valued. We could maybe even split that into another question or two. Is that kind of what?
If we think 7 through 12,
Nothing more.
of the mindset of it, these high schoolers should be of the mindset too, of, hey, you're gonna.
Translation, please, let's keep it standard.
Okay.
Feedback, they can share it out based on the way it splits out by building.
Makes sense. Oh, that's right. That's true. Okay, so there's that one. I think I talked about 7 different things. So there's that piece, the superintendent piece for 7-12, and then the administrator survey questions, if we could add.
Kind of a sense of long
Yeah,
questions.
and supported and respected, and maybe even, changed up a little bit, like, do you feel respected by your students?
Absolutely. Start.
Or
Good job.
more connected to the adults, I mean, that's
Yeah.
a good thing too, and working down.
On the certificated side of things, we do deviate a little bit in terms of instruction. So you will notice 1 through 2 demographic fund, 3 through 14, very similar. 13 and 14 on the certificated side of things are a little bit, just a little tweak for management of discipline management of student awards, celebrations, incentives. So you get the kind of yin and the yang there in terms of PBIS stuff, those kind of things. But obviously, from a certificated standpoint, there's a range of instructional questions here as it pertains to topics such as writing in the content area or classroom, in terms of identifying and addressing potential barriers in or learning strategies in math and language arts, reading, literacy, remediation. And then again, since we've got such a broad range of staff members that are in our certificated group, for different things, folks that are in multiple buildings that might not be doing the direct tutorial instruction, we've got the necessary NA at the end of each one of those options that says, look, I'm a certificated member who does not directly, teach students kind of in a whole group format. I'm not best suited to answer this question. So we can kind of filter out some things from there as well too. So I'll let you guys kind of take time and kind of peruse questions 15 through 21 on instruction. And then prior to this, I sat down with our curriculum team and our executive director, so we kind of tried to make sure, some of the ideas reflected existing ODE language practices and stuff that we currently have in place as well too. So when a staff member comes across, oh yeah, that makes sense. That's what this is. It applies to OTES for teacher evaluation, those kinds of things.
So the intent is to take your feedback today, revise, get this to the associations, hopefully before end of the day Friday. Give them a little bit of time to look at it, see if there's something that they think, oh, you're not gonna get what you want out of that, or oh, you completely missed that. So we'll do that with the 3 associations for theirs, and then get this translated and be able to do it after spring break. So I just wanted to make sure that you understood we intended to get one more level of feedback. Plus, they're many times better than I am at finding typos and those types of things.
That's valuable.
So, right
For me as well. And then finally, in the classified survey here in the last couple pages, again, the repeatables being the superintendent search. We asked that of all 3 different union groups. And from the administration department question, a little bit on some of that relationship element, Denise, that you brought up again on relationship with immediate supervisor. And then again, from my seat, I'm always interested too in terms of supporting those positions, and we've got an array of different positions just kind of on the support assistance piece in terms of timeliness of our help from the DSC, from immediate supervisor in different departments, different capacities, and helping them fulfill their role.
So questions for Evan, does this meet the expectation of what you were hoping for, or something similar to? Yeah, obviously we can make changes and adapt it after the first go around, but this is an attempt. I think the other thing the board would want to think of is what's the proper time of year that we want to do this. If it's going to become an annual thing, no need for an answer today, but you can't do it too early in the school year. You can too late in the school year after cabin fever. Usually around spring break, attitudes are a little interesting sometimes. We had enough.
You get different answers in December than you do in.
It's amazing the time changes, and we're a little.
Yeah, and maybe it's not important as long as it's consistent time of year, but at least give that some thoughtful consideration as you move forward with that. So if we're okay there, we'll go ahead and move to the second section of the agenda.
Great work, Evan.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so the second one, coming out of COVID, we had significant shortages. We still have significant shortages, and we're not able to do many of the things we want to be able to do. The district put in place a incentive program to try to encourage substitute teachers and substitute bus drivers, our most significant needs at the time. And so we're here telling you that we think that those are having a positive effect. People just don't sign up for the list, they keep working, and many times if they're close to that 50 or 100 days or the number, we get a couple extra days where they're willing to work for the incentives, and so we think that's a good thing. And the conversation with the board today is, we are struggling significantly with aides that are able to help in classrooms and support children, and on buses and a variety of other things, as well as the custodial market. We continue to struggle there, especially and we think that impacts the classroom environment. So long and short of what I'm communicating is, we would like to keep it in place. We're not recommending increases, but we're also asking the board to consider adding aid substitutes and custodial substitutes to the incentive program. So those are the two groups at this time we would bring forward for consideration. If you're okay with this, we would bring it back for a resolution. I'm not sure you're actually required. It definitely makes the auditor happy, and it makes sure Hugh doesn't get in trouble, so we could bring it as an action item under that personnel or under operations and management or fiscal. It could really fit anywhere in there. So with that, it's your, what do you understand what the number two, do you have a rough number of how many last year got it?
Yeah, I have it last year's and this year's. So last year, this is bus driver only, we had 53 total bus drivers paid as sub bus drivers in the pool. We had 21 of those receive the $500 incentive. We had 6 of them receive the $750 incentive. We had 2 that received the $1,000. Remember, we implemented this a little late in the year, so they didn't have, you had to really work almost every day to get to that total, so it was a little tough, but we did have 2 that did that. This year, it's hard to find sub bus drivers. We have 34 that we've paid overall, total sub bus drivers. We've had 8 of them that have received the $500 incentive so far. So to be a sub bus driver, you have to have a CDL. You can't just show up like a sub teacher. You can, if you're 18 years old, or if it's easier to get a sub license to be a sub teacher. So I'm gonna give you some of those numbers. Sub teachers last year, we had 368 paid at least one day. We had 151 of them that received the $500. We had 73 that received the $750 incentive, and 30 that received the $1,000 incentive. This calendar year, or this fiscal year, we have 311 that have been paid at least one day. 98 have received the $500. 26 have received the $750, and nobody has received the $1,000 yet. What I hear anecdotally from the subs, that they do appreciate this thought by the board and this incentive to them. And I do feel that, I know these ones are tracking their days, so it incentivizes them to, hey, I know I'm getting close, I'm gonna keep working at this. And it seems like each one of those 50-day increments really, it kind of resets it for them, and it kind of re-energizes them to get this. So I do think it's making a difference on keeping our subs that we have here. And I will tell you too, with the bus driver pool, last year we had 53 paid, and this year we only had 34 paid. Some of those sub-bus drivers turned into full-time bus drivers. So we do have a good program that if we get something that's going to be a driver in training, they count towards their incentive days. We also allow them to help them get their license, help them get their CDL, and train them to do so. So it's we're doing the best we can to try to keep our staff for our subs actually moving forward on that. So that's the info I have.
So this is already set in place?
Sub bus drivers are set in place, sub teachers are set in place. We're looking at adding sub aides and sub custodians, because we're struggling in those 2 areas.
I think this is a no-brainer with the job market. I mean, anybody sees it when you're out and about, restaurants, retail places. You can't find anybody to work. I mean, to put this little incentive, I think it's a positive.
I think it's interesting that it's now, I mean, if you guys did this late in the season last year and now doing it late in the season again, going forward, is there potential just to start the year like this?
Yes.
or-
That's what
That's what this is. So it's not,
do.
so you're not, so you
They
started
tried it to give it a
We're
test,
asking
and
to
now
add 2
trying
new
to
groups for
keep
next school
doing
year.
it.
Next school year.
next school year.
Yeah.
Be implemented.
Yeah, it's not retro,
going forward.
it's not retroactive.
Right.
So you will get that
Right, they
question.
tested
It's
it
not
out.
proactive to this year. This would be to add 2 groups for next school year. Great clarification.
Correct. And if you look at the board action last year when we implemented this, there was very specific dates on when that clock started ticking. So everybody knew,
So
hey,
you
this
could
is the date
see.
I looked at. So that there was a few days that we started the school year that we didn't have the incentive in place, so they didn't get it for those days.
And we looked at our data for like retention and then also recruitment, and then we meet monthly with supervisors, and these were the still affected areas where they're really feeling the need of the human capital issue. So this is, you know, the conversation really has been to monitor the effectiveness of what we had in place with those two groups, and then to see if we saw an impact, and if so, then broaden it to those areas that they're still seeing a hard time filling those spots.
I'll be interested to see from the survey results if we see anything about this, about pay, about monetary incentives and that kind of thing. I'm just curious with our aides, especially, you know, would we see a greater influx of folks or retention of folks if we had different training opportunities for those people versus monetary incentives, or both, if we could keep a lot more of those.
I'm glad you brought
those aides and subs, and you know what I mean? I think I feel like that's a big piece that we're missing.
I'm glad you brought that. I neglected in the survey piece on number 16 to bring up for classified is it's such an important piece too for that promotion within our classified tiers and bidding out and those kinds of things into new roles. As I asked, a question about pursuing opportunities to advance roles within the district, and I think this is absolutely more arrows in the quiver to help make sure that there's a great opportunity for folks to pursue opportunities to advance in and out of position.
And while many of these positions are not part of bargaining units and they are under the board's discretion, we have traditionally provided parallels to a kind of a Me Too for these groups. And so whatever we've given employee groups, we've either increased for them, or there are times where we've brought additional because it just hasn't kept up with market. It's hard to hire somebody for $14 an hour in today's world.
That's what I was getting ready to say.
By the same token, it's hard to be fiscally responsible, so you try to balance those two. But we've talked about for a couple of years that we really want to get those rates to 15 at least. And so whether that happens at the end of next school year or after negotiations, how that plays out, you can have that conversation as well. But the financial part is part of it, but as Julie mentioned also, part of it is how you're welcomed and how you're made to feel part of the team.
Yeah.
And so I'm not hearing a lot of disagreement. I'm hearing comfort. And so at this point, we would intend to bring a resolution then for the April 8th meeting to add those two groups for next school year. And it does operate on a school calendar, not a rolling one-year calendar. We really don't want to get into crossing fiscal years and having to track across. And we want to be fair to folks, but we don't want to create a nightmare for ourselves either. Judith, I did butcher anything? Okay. We good?
Yes, that's
All right.
fine.
Heaven, you want to pull up 5136? I think it's the right one. Yeah. I didn't catch it, so if you look policies. The next conversation is cell phones. Our policy is personal communication devices. And so it's really written broader than cell phones, but there's a lot of conversation specifically to cell phones. I don't think the focus has been as much worry about a kid reading a book on a Kindle or using a computer to write a paper. And it's really the things that come along with cell phones. From conversations and from surveys I've seen across the state, the vast majority of folks are very comfortable with. The cell phones just don't have a place in classrooms. And the real question from the board's perspective is, how does that look? How do we operationalize that? Because that first paragraph under this is clearly much broader than just cell phones. And so we obviously use computers and window devices in classrooms for instructional purposes. And how do we blend that?
I mean, this is back in 2018.
Yeah, so the conversation for the board today is, we can get into the weeds of the language today, or you can kind of give us your intent and we can bring something back. Because I believe the board's intent, and by the way, study halls are not listed in this. Right now, I believe every teachers for the most part are given them permission in study hall. So if we make a dramatic change, you're gonna wanna make sure that we're specific to that. But I do believe that the board has an interest in making sure classrooms are not used and they're put away in classrooms. Those other study hall, classing time, lunchtime, buses is a different conversation. And under what circumstances would you allow them, or under any circumstances, would you allow them in those other situations? Because this tries to build in that, and I'll just give you one from an all-time math teacher. I did my best to make sure that I got as much content covered on tests as I could, but my test never lined up to a 52-minute period. And so some days some tests were 40 minutes and the kids were literally done. Is it a problem for them to use them after the test? Or the bottom line is, no, that just opens Pandora's box and done's done while you're in an instructional class that offers credit. And maybe that's not even the right term. It's stolen away. So I'm gonna be quiet and let you lead us to where you think you want this to go, and then we'll run it through the process to bring you back something that's more in line. And maybe your answer is, we think this is fine, we just think it needs to be enforced. Well, okay, we can have that conversation too.
I mean, this has been one of my pet peeves since I got here. The biggest thing is, I don't think the policy itself is badly written, but it's the enforcement of it. I mean, you walk through schools, I know it's a hard subject to get on kids about, but it's so important. I mean, I was talking to Pamela Downing at the Career Academy, and she instituted a pocket system where the kids walk into class, they put their phones in that thing and it doesn't leave. And she said in English and math, the grades of those curriculum studies have gone up without that distraction of that phone and worrying about that phone. And I think, like you said, it's mostly just the enforcement of it. I don't know what we have to do to get it through to teachers, principals, and I know they're trying, but they need to try harder as far as I'm concerned. I know it's gonna piss a lot of people off and parents get mad, but I'm sorry, you're not here to play on your phone, you're here to get educated and learn and get ready for society as an adult. And if we can't get these kids off these phones, I mean, we're in trouble. I mean, I deal with it with my daughter. I mean, I got kids. Heck, I deal with it with my wife. But it's the implementing it and getting it, teachers to buy in that in the long, and I know it's gonna be hard in the beginning. Change is always hard, but this is an important change that needs to be done.
And it's been done successfully. I mean, I know Akron City Schools recently did that pocket thing that you do like at concerts and stuff sometimes. I don't know that we need to go to something like that. Yeah, whatever. But even just like I know using well, again, just communicating with other schools, what's working for different classrooms, whether it's putting it in the pocket or whatnot. I would like to add a piece of also, I know it's not in here, I think I saw pagers in one of the other policies related to this. If we could add earbuds. I don't know that earbuds, headphones need to be worn during the school day. Can that be contributed to electronic devices?
Many of the programs that the teachers use in classrooms have headphones associated, and so
Correct.
whether they're wireless to the device or not, I'm not sure. I think that's a difficult enforcement piece, because so many of the ancillary materials or third-party materials have a vocal component to it. I appreciate that.
So I guess even if the phone is gonna be like in the shoe holder or something, maybe that would reduce having the music playing, or, that might even take care of that problem too, if I think about it. Talk it out, maybe that's, talking this out, maybe that's the.
And we talk about, I'm sorry, but we talk about too, you know, some teachers use them in class. Well, what about that kid that doesn't have a cell phone, that doesn't have a smartphone? You know,
Right.
everybody's got a Chromebook in this district.
Mhm.
So I think it's just.
Yeah,
it's-
the teasing and the bullying because of no cell phones is actually quite high, and it'll be another reduction in that department too, in that area that's much needed. Yeah, everybody having the Chromebook, everybody having headphones, but I know that district provided or parents provide, that takes out another element of distraction. Just use the Chromebooks if you can. We have them, right? Like if there's
Yeah.
something that your Chromebook can't do, but your cell phone can, then that's a discussion for the IT department, right?
I have a question. If this is a policy, why isn't it being enforced?
There are two components in the policy that allow teacher and principal discretion in there. And so you can say that it is actually being enforced as written because of the exclusions that are written within the current wording.
Maybe we should take that out.
Well, that part, and actually, there's another part too. Again, I've read through all these, and I know there's a few different policies that cover kind of the same topic of electronic devices and personal communication, this policy does, and policy 550 something, right? 5500.01.
Code of conduct.
With kind of them all together, you know, there are pieces in here where it's like you can't have a cell phone for extracurricular activities, or you can't do this or that, and I think even those kind of need to be revamped. You know, with the field trips and things, you know, we don't have disposable cameras anymore, and the kids do have their cell phones. If their parents give permission to bring their phones, they should be allowed to take pictures at extracurricular activities. But again, that's another part of one of the policies too. It kind of goes hand in hand. We're kind of need to update a little bit, kind of move with the times, because it is legit hard to find a disposable camera. That, you know, back in 1995 when that one came out was a thing. 1990, sorry. But anyway, so that's another piece too. Like if the question was, or the statement was, we can kind of revamp it and look at the policies in a different way. Those would be some areas that I would want to have looked at again. Like, why is it not being enforced? What are the loopholes that it's not being enforced by? And also just getting it up to 2024 standards, including being allowed to use it. I mean, come on, the DC trips are coming up for at least 5 or 6 schools. It's like, hey, let's allow them to.
Well, I could see them definitely having it on those trips, where it's not in a classroom
I mean,
setting.
right,
It's
but
not
I mean,
instructional time.
Yeah.
I know, but according to the policy,
Well, the language is actually written to allow them to use them on, with
well,
permission.
on field, yes, with permission and on field trips and
Yeah,
everything.
so
Yes.
that's where.
Yeah.
Well, in one of them, so in one of them it does, and then like in another one it doesn't. So that's just, like I said, just kind of mushing them together and getting all sets on the same page. I'm not sure why we do have so many policies that cover the same thing, but I know it's a system that Neola does.
Well, and many of the pieces are really so Denise's question goes to policy, and understand policies are written under a heading to address specific things, and many times, while there may be a reference in another section, it's because of student privacy in that section, and it has to reference back to make sure that it's clear. And so there's a cross-reference section because of Ohio Revised Code and the way those rules are written,
Right.
that really create that intertwined nature, for lack of a better term, of the way the policies are. And that's the hard part, and that's what I always get fearful of, because one change here and you miss 2 others somewhere else, and so it takes time, and you need to be thoughtful and systematic to go about it to make sure that you're not creating unintended consequences. All right, so from my perspective at this point, I'm hearing a little bit of, we definitely want to be more aggressive as a board with eliminating cell phones in classrooms. Look, if they need the shoe bags or calculator bags or whatever these things are called in classrooms, help them out. Let's get those things done, because we want those things out of the kids' hands while they're in the classrooms.
Yes, sorry, I have highlighted all these, sorry, go ahead.
No,
I had a thought, I highlight all these different things, going through all the policies of things to kind of mush together. So whenever we go through all these policies again, and you're gonna start doing them, there's a few lines in here that I'm like, man.
Can I just say, I'm not going to speak and say that all teachers are just not enforcing it, and put it like they're not doing their job, because I have been in buildings where teachers are trying to enforce this rule. And I use my household anytime I can as an example, okay? You are correct with the Career Academy, the bonus child I have taken in. In fact, just last week I got a call, and it was regarding his phone. And it was because they were trying to enforce that rule. And they didn't want to pull that card because they said, we know Camille, and we know Camille before she was a board member. We know Camille because we know how she raised her bio kids at Westland. But they pulled that card, and I got that call on Friday morning about that phone, and it was several days in a row where they had attempted to enforce that rule, okay? And we do eventually want to talk about addressing kids' behavior and how they respond to things and how they react and respect of our staff and our teachers and adults, you know. And so when that principal had to call me to tell me that that math teacher had spoken to him for several days in a row Soon as he walked in the door, I said, "Oh, you on the bad list." That's not the term I use, but and so tell me about it. We had a discussion. You give me your story before I tell you their story, okay? In the end, it was a bad day. That's not how you handle things, because it wasn't a bad day for those staff members who were enforcing the rule. So I really want to make sure we not assume that all the staff in all the buildings are not doing it. I made my son go back. You owe them an apology. You owe that administrator an apology for having to pull that card to call me. You owe that math teacher an apology for them enforcing their rule. That is their rule. I explain. I go to work. I have a boss. I have a rule. I have to follow it. So I just want to say that let's make sure we're careful on assuming that they're not all trying to enforce that rule.
I get it's like I tell my wife, we got to be a united front. And I think this district's got to be a united front on this subject. If you
We
got
got to
one
figure out how
teacher
to help these staff
not
enforce the rule.
being lenient about it and another one being hard on it, that's not good.
It's not.
You have to be united front on it to say, no, this is the policy. You can go to Miss Smith's classroom, you can go to Mr. Smith's class. It's all going to be the same, no matter where you go. So kids aren't confused about, no, this is it.
And
I
that's
think
where maybe we make sure the administrators are helping to help. Yep. Because I know we said discretion, but maybe that's where too we're helping them to back it and enforce it and things like
And
that.
I don't mind it at lunch,
So.
and even, I don't know, I could even probably say study hall is fine, but in the classroom setting, there should be no phones anywhere that you can put their hands on, as far as I'm concerned, because it's
Well, I
just
think we
such
run
a
into an
distraction.
issue too there with, if we're talking about elementary versus high school, you don't want elementary getting their phone out at lunch and then, at lunch is over, now you have to pack it up, put it back away, and we're getting back to, it's a different mindset versus
And
high
that's where
school
we
kids.
really need to start implementing it in the younger years.
For the younger years.
So they're used to it by the time they get to high school.
Mhm.
Yeah, we've been dealing with this since elementary school and middle school, no, high school, they know. It's gonna be rough in high school. I mean, these kids are used to it, and
So I think I hear consensus on the pieces. I just want to push back and have you have a conversation. It's the single line in the middle, and let me give a couple examples. My grandma's in surgery today. Can I keep my phone? My sister's expecting a baby. You pick the example I've given you. Is there a desire or willingness from the board to allow special exceptions still within the policy for classrooms? And I give you those two examples just because I don't have anything better. But we all know life happens, and kids come to school and they're distracted by other things, and they're worried because somebody's in surgery or whatever. And the policy has been written in such a way that it recognizes those things and it tries to allow for discretion there at the building level.
Can I throw another example in? Facebook forum, whatever. Hey, I heard such and such is going on safety event at the school today. And from a awareness standpoint, if you're able to text your kiddo quick from the safety side and say, hey, are you okay? You safe? And before, it gets spun out into control and it sounds like it's World War III when it's not. Another consideration on that sick kind of thing.
So the question comes from the board, how receptive are you to a policy that still allows some exception within it? Just so we understand what to bring you back.
I don't like it.
I mean, I
Your
think,
guys' opinion.
I think that line there is fine. I mean, are you questioning that line specifically?
Well, I'm trying to give you an example of why that line might,
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
might bring back the policy with that line. And like I said,
Yeah.
I didn't expect a 5-0 conversation on this. I'm just telling you, we work for the majority of the board, we'll bring you what you want.
There's always
I
gonna
just
be
need
a
to
special
understand.
circumstance.
Yeah, and that's
That's life, there's
Yeah.
always gonna be something.
Yeah, it
And I
does.
think the
There's
discretion
phones
of the principal,
There's phones in every classroom. If somebody
They,
really needs to get a hold of somebody.
What do you call it?
in
Page.
1990, my mom had to call the office.
Yeah.
That's what I was just about to
Yeah.
say. Called an office
And then I had to
they
get called down to the
called
office.
down to
To
the.
get the message.
To the example I had used is with how fast stuff spread is we had like 2 years ago we had somebody post something they shouldn't have on a social media site, and our phones were tied up because of the mass chaos of social media now with 400 calls in the office. We couldn't get to them quick enough to affirm, mom and dad, your kid is safe, those kinds of things. So
You've even helping that situation too. Not all the kids having all the.
I was gonna say, we've had situations where we've actually had the principal ask, like the students to text parents that.
You're fine, you're safe,
here's where we are,
and we
here's
go
the
about our
update,
business,
give them
yeah.
information, so there wasn't undue worry and stress. But I think what I'm hearing is, because you're not competing interests, I think what I'm hearing is less about any kind of personalization of who owns this, and more about this underlying desire to maintain the integrity of learning environments for kids, and working in collaboration to do so. And I think that we can find that balance, because, you know, to Camille's point, you know, for our kids, it's emotionally hijacking when you take this from them, right? And for our teachers, they don't want to fight every battle. They want that child there and feeling like they belong and they can learn. So I think there is an approximation, but I do think what I hear consensus unilaterally is we're here to learn. And we're trying to clear the plates for our teachers to be able to do that work in classrooms. And so how we go about that, we need to be reasonable, but recognize that that is a value. Like, that's a value of this district and the value of what I'm hearing on the board, and we need to make sure that that's enforceable in some kind of clear way with our policy.
So I was clarifying with Evan, and if a circumstance arises, let's say teacher has collected the phones, a circumstance arises, teachers are allowed to redistribute the phones back out at that time. Then they can do whatever it is administration is asking for them to communicate out and do.
And you can add a sentence to that that talks about crisis situations.
Right,
and get
because then that student and that
underneath the
teacher or
crisis.
for the day need to have a discussion about this is the circumstance. I need to be on alert with a phone. Phone might be up by the teacher's desk, and should it go off, we could call a student forward to get your phone to see. You know, there's things that can be.
So, for the sake of time, I'm not trying to rush the conversation, but I'm trying to keep it somewhat close to schedule, because I know the next one is a priority for the board, and we want to spend time on that. My concern in writing this is I was not the most studious individual, and as soon as you wrote this policy, if that meant I could just bring my iPad instead and still text and do anything I wanted. Okay, you can have my cell phone, have that, but, I can play on my watch or whatever else. So how we write this and how it operationalizes, to Jamie's point, that's what you're trying to get at. I also get the sense of, look, we don't want to open the door too wide, but we understand there's life for all of these folks, and they have families, and they have situations, and so leaving something in that line under unique circumstances or under special circumstances so that we can override, you're okay with that? We're good? So we'll take this back through the process. Our hope is that we can get this back to you in May for a first reading and June for second reading, so ready to go for next school year. Worst case scenario in my mind is we're June and July, and we still have it in place for next year. Evan's jumping at the bit for student him.
We're gonna stay May and June.
Gotta make a lot.
So, you good on that?
Yes.
All right, so let's transition to the next one. We'll turn it to Dr. Lusher.
Okay, so I pulled for you, curated just the policies that, you know, again, maintain student conduct, okay? And to Bill's point earlier, you know, this really threads through our student handbooks, and then the codes of conduct that are posted within our websites. So, you know, my job is really to listen and to set the conditions for you guys to look at our existing language, and then we get a sense of where you would like to go with, you know, what you're seeing or not seeing across the buildings. I think the one thing, you know, as we talk about any policy, whether it's cell phones or student discipline, it's this idea of consistency and iterative reliability across buildings. You know, we can't discount though the importance of what's developmentally appropriate and what behavior looks like, right? And so the world has changed dramatically. So you see that in some of the policies with this idea that, you know, behavior and that skill building of behavior, but then also maintaining again the integrity of the learning environment free of disruption so that all students can learn. So I pulled for you, and I just kind of want to go through, and I know that you've had a chance to probably look at these, but policy 4000, and this really is, you know, again, to Denise's point earlier, this has been long-standing, but really this is a threatening behavior towards staff members. And this is a catch-all. It's got, you know, basically the expectation in language that, you know, enforces or would have us enforce, and that, you know, staff members are safe from fear of coming to work based on student interactions, those types of things, okay? When you move to policy 5000, this really is the impetus or the origin for our student codes of conduct. This is where you see language around zero tolerance. as it applies to weapons and drugs and school security. I'm happy to dig into these. I'm going to give you some time. I just wanted to make sure, that you had a chance to breeze through these. So we look at 5500.01. This is where you get into more granular pieces of student codes of conduct, and you'll see the actual language, and that's where it's itemized. So damage to property, weapons, harassment, drugs and alcohol. And that's our most lengthy one, and again, that threads right into our student codes of conduct. So when students go through any kind of disciplinary procedures or processes at the building level, or that would make it to like an expulsion that might come to a hearing here at the DSC, these are the criteria that we look at. This is all threaded through Ohio Revised Code as well as state law and federal law. So again, when we make changes, it'll be important that we connect those dots to any other policies that might be impacted as we think about student discipline or codes of conduct. So with that, I just wanted to kind of give you a sense of the landscape where this lives within our policies and give you the opportunity to have some discussions so that we can listen and kind of hear what the pain points are and what we'd like to see in your revisions or refinement of either the policy itself or enforcement therein.
I think this might kind of tie into the piece of the cell phones is, yes, these are policies, so what can we do to help enforce them? Why aren't they being enforced, or are they being enforced, or is there anything that can help that's not already being done with this? I mean, honestly, I'm hopefully reducing some distractions like cell phones in general will help take care of some of these discipline and distraction behaviors in the long run, but is there something else?
I mean, with me, talking to teachers and feeling how frustrated they are with some of their children in their classroom. How one child disrupts the environment of that classroom, and that child's not learning, but the other 23, 24 children aren't learning, and how that disrupts education for everyone in there. You got kids running down the hallways where they're locking down the schools and stuff and closing off doors. I mean, I've seen it personally where the kids are in the conference room, tearing the crap out of the whole conference room, and they're just holding the child in that room. I don't know. That's something needs to be done. I don't know. And I go back and I talk to Bill about, we used to have the Kingston school where the bad kids went. And I don't know, do we have something like that where you put all your aides there to get with the parents and figure something out, and how to get this child on track so we can get them back into the classroom to have enough discipline to sit in the classroom, have structure and learn without disrupting the education for the other 23 kids.
Right, which that kind of not to interrupt. Yes,
Oh, no, you're fine. I'm just throwing stuff out there that I hear.
Referring to the Paul Schuster, the 5600, that was created in 1990. Just another one that maybe we looked at and updated again. It's what do you do with a child that's being disruptive, and so the other 20 students can't learn? It says in here you cannot send them. Teachers are not to direct or send students to the guidance office for disciplinary reasons. It's like, but that's kind of what I mean. Obviously there's a need to, help the child somehow and help the other children somehow. How does that get accomplished? And you can't have you don't want students unsupervised in the hallways on their own or something like that. So it is a good question. It's a hard.
It's a hard situation we have, but I don't know if the solutions we're doing is working or not.
Mm-hmm.
And if they're not, we're going to have to pivot and try something else, because it's just, like I said, it's harming the education of other kids.
Mm-hmm.
I go into offices, it's kind of like a zoo in there, because all kids that the teachers don't want to put up with, they send down to the office.
And it says here you're not
and the
supposed to do that.
secretaries are just on edge.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not a good situation. It's not.
I think, again, it goes back to one of the reasons why we want to do the survey and find out from our staff in the district what is really happening. Ground level, what's happening? What are you experiencing? What is your goal? What is your hope? How can we better support you as a district? I think, this us addressing cell phone use is a huge piece. Less distraction. Our focus obviously is students and student success. That's why we're here, is student success. The other piece of that is also supporting our staff. Whether it's teachers, whether it's aides, whether it's cafeteria, we're that's the whole goal here is to work together as a team. And I always go back to, are we providing the supports and the training that our folks need? With our aides, whether it be in typical classrooms, special ed rooms, I talk to a lot of folks in the community and I hear the same thing over and over again. And I just don't feel that a lot of our folks are equipped. They just don't have the training. They're not equipped with the proper tools to handle. We see so many behaviors and trauma and things like that in 2024 that we didn't have in 1990 for whatever reason when these policies were written. So it's not that it's a bad policy. I just think the times have changed and there's so many more obstacles now for our teachers just to try to instruct and do what we're here to do. So I think, again, with the survey, I don't want to keep going back to that, but really that's a focus of the board. Like, we really want to know. We really want to know what's happening out there, how our teachers feel, and how we can best support you. Because we're all here for the same reason, and that's to educate our students and to provide a safe, caring, learning environment for every student. And so whatever that means, however we're going to get there, we've got to come together as a team in the district and make it happen.
Yeah, and with that, I mean, that goes back to employment and hiring people. People don't want to do this job. People don't want to be a school bus driver and put up with the kids screaming and yelling and acting out. They don't want to be a custodian cleaning up the bathrooms. They keep shoving stuff down the toilet and writing all over the walls and tearing off the soap dispensers.
Hopefully that's done right.
It's just things like that the culture isn't good for hiring. So, I mean, like I said, I think we're all in this together for the best of this district and want to do the best of this district and get the best people here. And when we get them here, give them a reason to stay. So, I mean, I don't know what needs done. I don't know, like I was talking about, different schools are running better than others. That's where we got to bounce ideas off each other, get principals together and say, hey, what's working for you? One, I hope we do that already, but really dig in.
I think that is a great idea and a great piece. I met with an elementary principal last week. I visited their school and I said, what are you doing here? Why are you successful? What problems are you having? What are you doing here? And she said, everything that they're doing and her game plan and how her school works collaboratively as a team. And when she's hiring folks, she's thinking of not only a great quality teacher, but also how that teacher fits in to, this area and with the team. And will this person be a good fit here or there? And how that all works together. And it's a team environment. And everybody's on the same path. And they're all following the same standards and protocols and what that looks like. And so I'm not sure if we're doing that across the board. So if all elementary schools are following the same standards and the same protocols, we all have the same policies, but are we following that same kind of guideline and principles? Because if it's really successful here, it might be really successful here. Are we doing that? Are we working together? Do we have mentors in our buildings that say, this is what we do, this is what works, this doesn't work, but maybe try this, and those kinds of pieces. And so, one school is different from the other. I get that. We're a very diverse district, which is wonderful. It's a bonus, in my opinion. But if you have the same set of standards and goals and policies, you might get there in a little bit different way, but you're still following the same path.
So are there components or is there information or presentations or I'm trying to think of how we help support you as a board through this. I mean, obviously the survey will run its course and we'll see what it says. I mean, we can have a couple of elementaries or intermediates come and talk about the systems they put in place. We can look at it from a programmatic standpoint. We can go out and bring back information from similar or neighboring districts. What would be the board's preference on how to continue this conversation and facilitate it? Because we're all in the same boat. We all want the best for kids. We recognize that just like every traffic law that exists, I'm sure there's not an officer that's not frustrated that somebody's speeding on 71 around the corner, but it's the rule, but somebody's doing it. I mean, in many cases, it's developmental. Kids come a long way over time. My children behave very differently, I hope very differently as children than they do now. There's a little more executive function, I would hope. Sometimes I question it. But the point being, some of it takes time, some of it's developmental, and it's frustrating in the process. We all know that we've had children. But how do we accelerate that in such a way so that that maximum learning can happen? And that's what we're after. And we'll put the systems and programs in place in order to be supportive as possible and provide that, recognizing that no matter what we do, somebody's still going to speed on 71. So understand, I'll be quiet. What do you believe we can be helpful with in that next step?
Well, I think as a board, we're here, we want to support the teachers and principals in this district. I mean, it's not about us, it's about them, supporting them. I don't know, have more of an open dialogue. What do you need? And I know people say, hey, we love having more aides, but it's like fine. But aides along with what, like Julie was saying, what's working in other buildings? And I know there's demographics and stuff, and parent involvement, that all have a lot to do with it. But we have to do something to improve some of these environments in these schools. Because we're losing good teachers, we're losing custodians. They don't want to deal with this. And I don't blame them. I know just that parent involvement, just really, I don't know if you parent involvement and making it so you make them uncomfortable that, hey, you're going to have to do something with your child. And we have to sit down and talk about the plan. I know we do that, but really hammer it home. I'm just throwing stuff off the wall, but I think that all of us are here to support our
It's gonna be
teachers.
difficult because there is no like magic formula out there that we just haven't discovered yet that doesn't exist. So it's gonna be about, I think,
Trying new things.
just trying new things. I know that we have discussed, putting together a smaller committee that maybe does a little bit more outside research to find out what other districts that are having great success with student behavior, seeing the strategies that they're implementing, the how they do it. I'm hearing aides a lot. I would like to know a little bit more about the actual day-to-day functioning of an aide that is helping in certain classrooms. What are they doing? What does that extra body in the room do to help control behavior? I think that there's so much to learn about this, and that's why I think it's going to be a long discussion. And I think, with so many things, when you're dealing with such a large district, that it's going to take time, and that we might be meeting a year from now and still be trying to run through different formulas of things to try. But I think the point is to try. That's the point, and the point is to try to move the district forward and have just some positive movement there. I know most of you know I have an in at one of our elementary schools, and I hear a lot about their day-to-day, and I hear that there has been growth and there has been progress with behaviors. It's not perfect, but there's progress, and that encourages me. That we keep going with that, and we keep working towards that progress. And I do want to get a little bit more aggressive to move things forward and to see those same results across the district. But I think it's going to be a long process.
So with that, recognizing no magic bullets, that we're going to have to work together as a team and we have some successes. Let us take that and we'll look over it, and we'll continue this conversation. We'll put it on a second meeting of the month at some point here. We'll make sure we'll come back to you. With that said, trying to manage time. If you're going to get a break before you start the next round of hour and a half, now's the time, and I'm probably going to excuse myself if it's acceptable to the board not to participate in the next section.
just looking at the survey of teachers, unless I'm looking at the wrong survey because it's 5 of them, I don't see a series of questions that delve deep into the issue of discipline. So if you want to really get into this, what is working, what is not working, or whatever, you may want to really beef up a series of questions on what are they doing, what are they not doing.
I literally just was whispering to Kelly over here, like, I think I need a couple different questions.
So,
Get that.
I would think Jake sat down and worked with the Teachers Association, to try to form that kind of question.
Classified too in a minute.
It'll be enhanced.
Okay, I just was telling her, I don't think there's a.
May I I just think that we need to pull these policies and just look at language. So I'm hearing unification of purpose, systematic approach, maintain the integrity of learning environments, and continuing to build skill and discipline and behavioral skills for students. So when we have our policy, we'll schedule another policy meeting to look at not only the cell phones, but then also these to look at current language and recommendations just so they're up to date. And maybe worth just brushing it off and take a look at what the current language is, if you're okay with that too, in addition to what Bill has said.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Bathroom break, quick stretch, and you got a lot in 4 minutes, sorry.
All right, everybody, we can move on here. Board members, there is a score sheet for each company presenting. It's in your folder in the back pocket there.
Okay, now it's Ray, you're there.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear us?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us this morning.
You're welcome. Sorry for the little glitch on my end, I guess. So, Sheila and I are here to represent Ray and Associates. David Baltus is our managing director and would be the lead on this search, and he had a family matter come up, so he had to unfortunately excuse himself from today's presentation, but Sheila will go ahead and get us started.
Thank you, Kathy. Kathy, you're going to project our PowerPoint slides.
I am. There we go. Can everybody see that?
Sure can.
Perfect. Great. Thank you so much. Good morning, board members. I'm Sheila Alice, and I'm a regional associate with Ray & Associates, and it truly is a pleasure to be with you this morning and to be able to share with you our superintendent search services. We're going to begin today's presentation by introducing our team to you, and I'm going to kick that off. As I mentioned, I'm Sheila Alice. I am a regional associate with Ray & Associates. I live in Northville, Michigan. And I bring to the work that I've been doing with Ray & Associates a professional career that spans 47 years in public education. All of it is in Michigan. I spent 21 years in Plymouth Canton Community Schools as a classroom teacher, curriculum coordinator, curriculum director. Then I spent another 21 years in Livonia Public Schools as an elementary principal, director of elementary school, director of academic services, and then chief academic officer. The last 5 years of my professional career I spent at the Michigan Department of Education as its chief deputy superintendent, and then I was the interim state superintendent of schools. I have also been an adjunct professor in literacy instruction at both the graduate and undergraduate level at Downey University in Michigan, and I have served on the board of directors for various state education organizations as well as national civic organizations. Now I'll turn the presentation to Kathy, who will introduce the rest of our team.
Perfect, thank you. So my name is Kathy Schoenfelder. I'm vice president of Ray & Associates. I joined the firm almost 8 years ago after spending 30 plus years in the legal field as a legal assistant. So while I do not have the extensive education background that the rest of our team does, I have learned a lot in the few years that I've been here, and this is an absolutely wonderful thing that I didn't even know existed. So it's been a big change, and I love it. So let me go on to the rest of the team. So as I said earlier, David, Sheila, and I will be the primary team for you. If needed, perhaps for stakeholder engagement and that kind of thing. We also have another managing director, Karen Hall, and 2 other regional associates, Dennis O'Hara and Pat Garcia, who will fill in as needed. As an example, if there's a stakeholder group that is comprised of perhaps a group of Spanish-speaking people, Pat could step up for that as a virtual means, because we would encourage stakeholder meetings to both be in person and virtually. So that is our team for you. We're going to continue on and come to your highlights page with your mission, vision, and belief statements. And I have to say, those belief statements are really good. I grinned as I typed them. And I also have to say, I have never seen a district Facebook page as good as yours. I was scrolling through to find photos of the kids. It's like, oh my gosh, page after page after page. So congratulations to whoever runs that on your end. They're doing a fantastic job. And the kids always make me smile. So that's a wonderful thing. So this slide just briefly touches on who we are. Our firm, Ray & Associates, has been in business since 1975, so a little bit of time. We are one of several female-owned or women-owned search companies. Our team is very diverse, with very diverse backgrounds and regions of where they come from, as both either board members or in the educational field as superintendents or roles like Sheila's. And we have a large pool of candidates, but that being said, our database is large, but most of the candidates we place do not come from that database, they come from outside of it. So that's a positive thing as well. We do have a full-time staff, of which I am one of several, so we do all the paperwork on our end, and then the associates lead the search, and I fill in as necessary for stakeholder meetings, because those are fun, and that kind of thing. So the next page is just our commitment to an inclusive process with regard to a diverse candidate pool. In the end, what this slide means to us is our goal is to find the best candidate. We are not trying to check a box. We don't care where they come from or what they look like. We just want to have the best candidate for your district regardless. Sometimes the diversity issue is a hot button item. We've been approached about that before. So that being said, again, it's about the right fit, the best fit, regardless of where they come from. Sheila will continue on with the next slide.
Thank you, Kathy. We're going to stay with the topic of candidates. Ray & Associates values the connection we have with the candidates in our pool. We take care of them. We have relationships that we've built with them. So in order to continue to meet that goal, we have built and continue to maintain a database, outreach, and relationships to recruit administrative candidates. We maintain an extensive database of more than 6,000 school administrators. That includes Ohio administrators as well as administrators from throughout the country. We average 30,000 unique monthly visits to our website. We develop relationships and maintain individual contact with the largest administrative candidate pool. And because of these unique connections and efforts, as Kathy mentioned, 2 of our placements come from outside of our registered candidates. Kathy, next slide, please. So, Lord, this is your search. We are here to use our expertise to help you along the way. We're going to help you create a search timeline that meets your specifications, your needs, your expectations, and coordinates with your district's calendar. We are going to gather your input as to the qualities that you want in your next superintendent, and we're going to engage in one-on-one interviews with each of you, where a member of our team will ask the same series of questions to each of you about the district, as well as the skills and the attributes that you're looking for in your next superintendent. Then we're going to assist you in developing a compensation package for the next superintendent that is both attractive and competitive. Next slide, please, Kathy. So once we've collected the board input, we're going to move to the next stage, which is the profile development process. We're going to gather input from you as well as various stakeholders in your district to create candidate profile that we're going to use during the entire search process, and it's also going to be unique to your district. So in addition to the one-on-one board member interviews that I mentioned in the previous slide, as Kathy mentioned, our team is going to conduct a series of meetings with stakeholders. And these are stakeholders that the board has identified that you want us to meet with to gather their input about the district as well as the attributes that they're looking for in their next student. These meetings will be held both virtually and in person. And we offer an online profile survey that includes 31 desirable qualities of a superintendent. The survey is available in a variety of different languages. Will be placed on the district's website, and then we are going to encourage, and with your support, and you will also encourage all the members of your community to complete the survey. So using the results of the stakeholder input sessions, the interviews with individual board members, and the online survey results, we're going to share all those results with you, and then we are going to guide you through the development of a candidate profile. That candidate profile will be used for recruiting candidates, for screening candidates, for candidates evaluation, as well as for the final selection. Next slide, Kathy. On the topic of recruitment, using your newly created profile, we are going to search our extensive database of professionals to find the perfect match for Southwestern City School District. Our objective is to aggressively recruit and advertise the very best candidate so that they're going to meet the qualifications and the characteristics of the superintendent that you as a board have identified. Then we're going to inform our associates of the position and ask them for recommendations. We'll make personal contacts. We'll consult our extensive database for the precise matches between your district and the candidates' profiles. We're going to contact organizations at the state, regional, and national levels about the position, and then we're going to seek potential candidates at state and national conventions. We'll advertise in local, regional, and national venues for where there is a high readership of school leaders such as AASA and NASB, and then other media sites that you approve. We will post a 30-day ad with EdWeek at no cost to you. Next slide, please, Kathy. So now let me share with you a brief overview of our vetting process so that we can bring to you the very best pool of candidates. Once the posting for the superintendent position closes, our background team gets to work and we engage in an extensive and thorough screening of each candidate. And our screening process includes 3 levels of vetting. First, we begin by reviewing the candidate's application packages, including their resume, their cover letter, and we also assess each candidate's ability to meet the qualifications that you as a board created in the candidate's profile. For candidates who meet your qualities, we then move them to the second level of vetting, and we do a deeper dive into their background, including a comprehensive check of their work history, calls to references listed and not listed on their application, contacts made through state organization and national leadership organizations, and then we search their footprint on social media. We look at Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn, TikTok, and other media sites. For those few selected candidates that become the finalists, we begin a 3rd level of vetting, which takes us into a deeper dive. We look at any criminal activity, sex offender identification, motor vehicle records, as well as verification of professional degrees. This 3rd level of screening is conducted by an external professional organization at no cost to you. Finally, after completing our exhaustive and comprehensive vetting process, we bring to you a slate of the very best candidates for your consideration. We ensure that there are no surprises in the candidates that we bring to you in our candidates pool. And now, Kathy, I'll let you continue the presentation.
Okay, thank you. So the next slide, we just touch on the board selection of candidates. And I know and I sympathize. From what I understand, it's been quite a while since you had to go through this. So we understand that it's stressful and it's scary. And in all reality, you've been very, very lucky and very, very spoiled. Right now, the average tenure is probably one contract term, which could be 3 to 4 years, maybe 5 years, depending on how the contract is built. So our job is to try and help you through this process and make it a little bit less scary. So once we have screened the candidates that we feel match the criteria of the board, we will provide you with the following information. You will, as board members, get a link that will show you every completed application that comes in. You will get a link to every application, and then you will get an individual link to those candidates that we feel rose to the top that we screened. Those candidates that we screened will also complete a one-way video, being asked a series of questions that they have 90 seconds to respond to. And so you will see that information as well. At our meeting, when we present these candidates, as an example, if we screen 10, we ask those 10 candidates a series of questions. What's the status of your contract? Have you applied anywhere else? Have you been fired, resigned, let go? We also ask them some district-specific questions that will be put together following the stakeholder meetings. At our meeting, when we present the candidates, we give you their responses. We provide you with how they answered those questions as to the status of their contract, if they've been let go, and how they answered those district-specific questions. We also give you the reference comments. We read those to you and let you know what, if anything, we found on the internet. Now, obviously, with the pandemic, there are some articles out there because it was inevitably the superintendent's fault that the wind blew the wrong direction that day. And so we understand that, but we're looking for something, perhaps a buyout or something that just didn't quite go right. So we're looking for that information. We provide that to you. At the end of that meeting, we work with the board to go through what we call our scoring matrix, where you compare one candidate to the other. So candidate 1 to candidate 2, candidate 1 to candidate 3, and so on and so forth. And it helps us develop a total and a ranking for those candidates. And sometimes it's very obvious to see which candidates the board has an interest in and which they do not. Now, the scoring matrix is just a tool to start discussion. You by no means have to follow how the ranking works out, but it's interesting to do. It's a little intimidating the first time, I'm not gonna lie. But after a board does it the first time, they kind of go, aha, this does work and there is a method to it. We will help you put together interview questions as well. One of the things that we ask at the stakeholder meetings is an interesting question. It says, if you could suggest an interview question that the board asked of the candidate, what would that question be? And we provide those to the board at the appropriate time as well, because it's inevitable that people on the outside might want to know something different than what you on the inside want to know. I've had districts where we've come up with like 40 extra questions. And so it's kind of interesting to see how that plays out. We have a stock set of questions just to kind of get you started, but then it's the board's decision which questions you select for both first and second round. But we kind of help you with that process. We also schedule the interviews, work with the district to get those scheduled. We contact the candidates, get them scheduled according to the days and times that the board wants, whether they're virtual or in person. And we do that for both the first and second rounds. If forums are selected as part of the process with the finalists, we moderate those forums and are on site to conduct those as well. The next page just shows several quotes from 2 different districts about our services. One was a district in Michigan of 7,000, and one was a recent search for Wichita and Kansas of 47,000 kids. So that just kind of gives you an idea. We are a national firm, so we do searches all over the United States for various sizes of districts, down to maybe 1,000 up to 200,000. It just depends on any given season who we work with. Okay, so the next slide is our process overview. This just kind of touches on everything we've talked about before. We are the oldest search firm, been around since 1975. Have a large pool of candidates and engagement from associates as well as our staff internal. A lot of our search associates have background in strategic planning, board development, retreats, that kind of thing as well. So if that's an interest later on, we have the ability to do that. It talks about our website and the traffic that we have each month. Again, the in-depth background checks and the one-way videos, those are always very interesting. We want to try and, we find everything we can possibly find on somebody. And then you have the videos to put a face with a name, to get an idea of how they respond kind of on a quick draw, so to speak. We help you with the timeline and base compensation, finalizing the profile and helping you with the board decision. And if needed, we can assist with the contract at the end. So, I believe this is where we are. We're at the question phase. If I remember correctly, there were some questions in the email from your attorney. I think we covered those in the proposal, but now is the time for you to ask any questions of us. And I know I went through that really fast, but I know we're limited time, so I apologize for talking so quickly.
All for me. Thank you for that. You did. I know the questions that were asked in the email, and you did. You covered all of them, so thank you for that.
Oh, you're welcome. No questions? Seriously? What? I don't think you've ever been in this situation before. No, I'm not sure that's good or bad. I don't know.
Let's see.
Well, then if there aren't any questions, I will say on behalf of Kathy and myself, we thank you for the opportunity to present our superintendent search services to you. At Ray and Associates, it's our job to take the pressure off of you. We're committed to spending the time and the energy on the details necessary so that you have a high quality search. It's going to be tailored to your specific needs. Our priority is to guide your focus on the big picture while we take care of the needs, the detail, allowing you to do the job that's most important. That is selecting your next superintendent. So thank you for your service to education, to your district, to your community, but most importantly, to your students. And once again, thank you for the opportunity to present our superintendent search services.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
If you have any questions, just reach out.
Will do. Thank you.
Thanks. Have a good day.
All right. We'll transition here. So I'm here to screw a couple folks and everybody transition ready to go?
Yeah.
Good morning. You guys hear us okay?
Yes.
Good morning. I think we're ready to go whenever you guys are. Appreciate your time.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. We want to stick right to the timelines that you gave us for this presentation. And I know that you do have our proposal, so we're going to go through that with you. But obviously,
let's go back. Sorry about that snafu, Derek. We got you back.
no worries.
I think in soccer they call that stoppage time.
No worries. Gotta love technology.
Yes.
Gee.
So, looks like we got Ralph back. Sorry about that, Ralph.
Sorry about that. Okay, so we're going to introduce ourselves very quickly and then go through our process and then certainly open up the questions that you have. My name is Dr. Ralph Murray. I'm the Executive Director of the Eastern Region for Nutrition Jacobson. down the East Coast and, small districts all the way up to very large districts. Last spring, we actually did the searches in Broward County, Baltimore County, and Sarasota County. Very, very large districts. We're also so your size as well. And with me is Joel and Pat Murphy is one of our consultants who's also serving the presentation. So you gentlemen want to just introduce yourself real quickly and then we'll go through the process. Okay. Eric?
Yeah, good morning, everybody. My name is Dr. Derek Joel. I am a current acting superintendent in the state of Nebraska. I've been a consultant with McPherson and Jacobson for, I think, 7 years now, and have done, as Dr. Berry said, a wide variety of from all across the United States. So great to meet you guys. Thanks for having us.
Hey, good morning. I'm Pat Murphy. I am retired now and have just joined the team here at McPherson Jacobson. And I was previously a superintendent for over 10 years in Arlington, Virginia, and then a superintendent in Berkeley County, West Virginia for 3 years. So thank you for having us and looking forward to the presentation this morning.
So thank you very much. As you see that our process, and we're very proud of our process in our firm. We're a national firm. We have 130 consultants across the United States, placed probably over 1,000 superintendents. And we take a lot of pride in the fact that our placements remain in their positions. We have excellent track record in terms of longevity in positions. And that's all outlined in your proposal. But more importantly, I'd like to go through the phases that we implement and try to highlight what we think we do differently than other firms. And then certainly we'll open up to Q&A. We have a five-phase process. And that first phase is we work collaboratively with the Board of Education on developing criteria that we use throughout the search. Those criteria are used in our advertising venues and also in how we develop our application and how we vet potential candidates, etc. And in addition to that, during phase one, we'll work with you in terms of the timeline. Typically, these searches are taking between 2 and 3 months. Of course, it's your search, and we can adjust the timeline based upon what your needs are. So we don't have a set timeline. It certainly is fluid. And then in addition to that, we work with you on the advertising venues that we will utilize and also developing a blueprint for what stakeholder groups you would like us to work with as well in terms of stakeholder feedback. So that all occurs in phase one. And then we go to phase two, which is where we will then work with you on stakeholder sessions. We can do those virtually, we can do those in person. And in addition to that, we have a collaboration with K-12 Insight in terms of a proven, validated survey that they will help us with in terms of your community and your school district personnel, et cetera, students. And that survey, they will analyze it, provide the results back to you, and that's at no fee at all in terms of no charge to the district. And we find that is really beneficial for school districts since K-12 Insight has been doing this all over the country. I think we're in about 40% of the districts throughout the nation. And then we will develop a presentation for you, a stakeholder report to give you feedback in terms of what everyone is telling you in your community and in your district in terms of your needs and what they would like to see in your next superintendent of schools. And during that phase two, we advertise in the venues that are listed in your proposal. But in addition to that, if there are other advertising venues you'd like us to include, we will do that. And we also send out well over 2,000 emails to candidates that are on our and we send out emails with position description and advertisement for our consultant throughout the country. I think we get approximately 200,000 hits per month on our website, which brings folks checking out on what opportunities and what openings there are. Then we will actively recruit candidates as well. Some candidates who are in their positions currently will ask us to send them letters, and we will do that as well, asking them to apply for the position. Phone calls, our network is very strong throughout the country. And then in phase 3, we'll go through all the application materials and review all of that, contact applicants, conduct complete reference check. And here's something that we do that I think sets us apart. If we're going to present 4 or 5 or 6 candidates to you that we see that meet the requirements in your district, we will do a formal background check on each of those candidates as well, in terms of their criminal history, educational credential history, and their financial backgrounds. So there are going to be no surprises when we present to you. So that all occurs in phase 3. In phase 4, we will present all of that material to you in terms of the candidates that we're proposing that meet the requirements, criteria in your district. And the other thing that we do, which we think sets us aside as well, is we each of those candidates to prepare a 9-minute video. And we'll work with you on designing those 3 questions. Each question is 3 minutes long, and the candidates all have the same amount of time to prepare that video. And we will show that video to you when we share all of our referencing, which we go deep into the references, and our social media searches, and our formal background checks, and all that other information in terms of the application, letters of reference, etc. And then we will work with you on designing your interview process. Do you want to have semi-final interviews and finalists? Do you want representatives from the stakeholder groups to interview the candidates as finalists and provide feedback to you? We'll work with the stakeholder groups in terms of really outlining to them what their responsibility are, what their responsibility is if you choose to use stakeholder input. They have to understand that they're advisory, they're not selecting the next superintendent, that's the role of the board. We'll work on scheduling those interviews, contacting all the candidates, letting them know. In addition, some boards request that they would like to see all of the individuals who apply for the position. And we can do that as well and share that database with you. And then we will work through all that process. We work on compensation parameters, etc. We don't obviously negotiate that contract. That's done between your board attorney and the candidate's attorney, or we could be advisory in that role. And then most importantly, we stay with you for the year following the placement of the superintendent. And we'll work with you in what we call phase 5. We'll work on developing mutually agreed upon goals between the board and the superintendent in terms of the evaluation process. And in addition to that, we work on roles and responsibilities, we do some team building, and we're there to help support the first year of the superintendent in the district. With all of that, we have a 2-year guarantee. If the superintendent leaves for any reason, as long as the board stays at least 50% stable, we will repeat the search at no cost. But we have, in all the years I've done the searches throughout my region, I have not had to use that 2-year guarantee at all, because the superintendents are still in their positions. So with that, that's basically an overview very quickly. I know they really wanted to get to questions. So we'll open it up for questions. And of course, there's a lot more in the proposal in terms of how we really value diversity in our searches, how we're all about the students, because we know that effective educational leadership in the district really impacts student achievement. That's really important to us as well. We'll open it up for questions.
You mentioned about the video
Yes.
interviews. Can you tell me a little bit more about that? So at what phase or stage is the video interviews, and how are the questions set for what they're answering in those videos?
Okay, that's a great question. What we do is once we determine, I'm gonna just use a hypothetical number. Let's say you have 25 applicants, and we determine, look, here are the 6 applicants that really meet all your criteria. We want to present those applicants to you. Then what we do is we send those applicants an invitation to complete the video. And generally we ask 3 questions. The first question is really for them to introduce themselves, to talk about who they are, what their experiences are, and why are they the perfect fit for the district. They have exactly 3 minutes. The second question, we will work with you specifically in terms of a specific area, in terms of that you would like that candidate to speak to. And we ask them certainly to identify concrete examples as to what they've done in terms of addressing those concerns. And then the third question typically is for the candidates to talk about what is their 90-day entry plan in terms of should they be offered the position. So they're in general 3 questions. We can adapt them because we do that with you in terms of developing those questions. And then what we send them all out on the same day to the 6 applicants. We give them 28 to 48 hours to complete the videos because we're not looking for video productions or anything of that nature. And then we will show those videos to you when we present the candidates.
Thank you.
We find that to be very powerful, that you instead of just looking at paper and you can really get an idea in terms of how a candidate prepares those 3 videos and how they respond to the questions within 3 minutes. Other questions?
I have a question. Do you find that your process changes a little bit depending on the size of your district? I see a lot of the districts that you have worked with in the past are a little bit smaller than ours, and some are larger and comparable, but does your process work a little bit differently based on the size of the district?
Well, I think our process is similar, regardless of the size of the district. Where it really does have adjustment is in that stakeholder process, because we may need more time in a larger district. Like for instance, last year when I was the lead consultant on the Broward County search, they have 300,000 students. So we conducted a lot of virtual stakeholder meetings, and Broward chose to really focus on the online survey. And we'll do that online survey in any language that you would like as well, in addition to English. So we adjust that way. Derek, do you have anything you'd like to share in terms of that?
Yeah, I would just say, I think what makes our process as strong as it is our ability to capture the voices of multiple stakeholders. And so with the improvements that we've made over time, our online survey, our partnership with K-12 Insight has really allowed for us to collect, analyze, and present formal feedback to the Board of Education. So our process is our process, as Dr. Perry's already described to you. It's a partnership for us with you to create the search criteria, to create the search guidelines, working alongside you to make sure that it's your process, but following kind of our guardrails and our guidelines with it. So we don't see a ton of changes. from the process itself, because our 5-phase process is research-based and our data shows that process works. I hope that answers your question.
And let me also add to that we will adjust our process. For instance, we're just finishing up a search in Massachusetts, and they chose to have a search committee review the candidates, and the search committee determined who they wanted to interview. And we worked along the way with them in terms of providing guidance and doing the reference checking and so on. So we can adjust and modify because it is your search. But we do have what we think is a very strong 5-phase process as outlined in the proposal. I know that of course, you would be interested in your fees, and the fees are outlined in there. We think our fees are competitive and very reasonable. We can certainly cut those fees if depending upon how we're going to handle the stakeholder meetings, et cetera. So, for instance, if we do a lot of virtual work, those fees are going to be significantly less in terms of the expenses. So I would hope that you would focus solely on the fees. I think I had a conversation with my board attorney over your local districts in terms of what they set aside, and we're very competitive in terms of what we think we can do and do very, very well.
I have one last question for you. You mentioned about your involvement and experience with working with diverse school districts.
Yes.
And as you probably have learned about Southwestern, we're a very diverse population. Off of the list of districts that you've worked with, about how many of these have about a diverse population comparable to ours?
I can tell you that personally, my work that I've done has been in many districts that have extensive diversity. Broward County, very diverse. Bridgeport, Connecticut, I was the lead consultant in Bridgeport, very diverse community. Washington County, Maryland. Baltimore County, Maryland, very large district and diverse. Long Island, it was Uniondale and Riverhead. Again, diversity in both of those districts as well. And personally, as a superintendent, my last district on Long Island, which was in western Long Island, right up against Queens, New York, I had five regional, I had 5 7 through 12 high schools in the regional district. That was very, very diverse. So it's something that we take a lot of pride in terms of the work we do.
Thank you.
Also, Roanoke, Virginia. Any other questions you might have? Or are we that good explaining our process? I would tell you that most importantly is the relationships that we develop with our boards, and how important it is for the search team to have a really positive working relationship with the board. I'm on speed dial, and I know Derek has been as well. Pat is a retired superintendent, so he gets it. We're on speed dial with our board representatives, point of contact with the district regularly in terms of any issues that might develop. And we have very, very positive relationships with the groups that we work with. That's very critical in terms of you won't, if you have questions or concerns, we're not going to take 24 hours to respond. We're going to respond immediately.
Well, thank you guys. Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you very much and best wishes. And we certainly hope you give us an opportunity to work with you. You will not be unhappy with it. In fact, one of the things that boards tell us is when we present candidates to them, that we've made their job very, very difficult because the quality of candidates that we represent and that we present makes it very difficult for the board to choose who the next superintendent is going to be. And in this environment, in terms of candidate pool, it's getting smaller and smaller. But what's most important is the quality of the candidates, quality. And that's something that we take a lot of pride in.
Well, thank you all.
And I guess on closing note, I'd like to say thank you all for your service. I know it's challenging times in education, and it's not easy, particularly to serve on school boards these days. So thank you for the work that you do. We appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Hi, Dad.
Hi. Are you able to hear me?
Likewise, and you're able to hear us, I assume? Are you able to hear us, Dad?
Okay, I'll be right back. Okay, good idea.
Oh, you can hear us, yeah. Dad, can you hear us?
Okay, can I go ahead and share my screen, or do you want me to begin yet?
You're good to go whenever you're ready.
Okay. All right, are you seeing my screen?
Not just yet. Yeah, hit that square present now with the up arrow.
It says on my end that the screen is sharing.
Oh, interesting. If you could, can you stop presenting? My guess is you probably need to, on that first pop-up window, select share entire desktop. You might just be sharing a tab.
I did stop presenting, so let's see if that works. It says that there was an error in my screen sharing.
Oh, uh-oh. Well,
Let me try again.
yeah, try one more time if you would.
right, it says now that I'm sharing my window.
If you, there should be an option on the initial pop-up that says shared desktop. Did you get a pop-up window when you clicked present now? Okay.
Yeah, it did not say that, but let me go out and try again.
Okay.
When I do the arrow, my options are, oh yeah, Microsoft Edge tab maybe?
Not that one.
Windows or entire screen?
Entire screen.
Those are the only options.
Entire screen.
Entire screen?
Yes.
Is it there now?
Not just yet, but I can go ahead and pull up your materials, and if you want to guide me through, I'd be happy to. So I can present if that's okay.
Do you want me to email this to you?
That works.
Okay.
It's really tough.
I don't know why it's not working on my end. Oh, I have to email it from my.
And I do have your presentation materials from before this, so if this is something different, I'll wait for it. That's fine. I could pull up what you had submitted to the board beforehand.
Let me see. I'll try it one more time. And see if it will allow me to present my entire screen.
You might want to present.
Now, it doesn't give me an option to.
You know what I mean? Why don't you try it once, so we know exactly what she's doing.
It'll do the 17 windows in one thing, and it will just be on this screen. It won't let you see. Sorry about this, Dad. Not sure what's.
Yeah,
we were 2 for 2 right before. So.
I don't have the options that you're telling me.
Okay.
So
let me real quickly email it to you.
Deb, I have one more step we can try. If you, and I'll go step by step with you. If you could, so go back to the present now button and you'll get those 3 options of Chrome tab or Microsoft tab, window, and entire screen. Let me know when you're there.
I have Microsoft Edge tab or window.
Okay. If you
or entire screen.
Yeah, if you make sure you're on the entire screen tab and then click on that box that looks like a picture of your tab, you'll see a blue button that should say share. I think we might have not clicked that button on the entire screen underneath in that gray box, and if you hit share, we should be good.
All right. It says it cannot share my entire screen.
If you could try, I'm sorry, try it one more time. I was in there at the time to give you the directions, so I'm out entirely. So hopefully it'll get you through now. I apologize.
All right, let me try it again. Very frustrating.
I'm sorry.
All right.
Entire screen, and then the box, and then the blue share button at the bottom.
When I click on entire screen, the blue box for share does not highlight.
You need to click, so underneath, there should be a picture of it, looks like a tab open a window. Click that, and then it will become blue.
All right, let me try that.
Entire screen.
It says it will not do it.
Again, I'd be happy to pull up, if you could email me, I'd be happy to pull up.
All right.
Yep, and then you can drive me from there.
This is crazy. I've never had trouble with this before.
Yeah, sorry about that. On our end, we were 2 for 2 so far, so we were bound for Murphy's to come in, right? I'm refreshing my email, so I'll be on the lookout.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna send it again just to make sure
Okay.
that you have it. You know, we're migrating our work email, so it may not
You did mention
come
that, that's
through.
right. You did mention that.
Let me see. I'll go to my private email and try to send it.
So I do have the presentation as exhibits, but.
All right, why don't you put that up and it should, I didn't change the slides. There should be, 7 slides in the presentation.
Okay, let's go ahead and let's try that. I'll drive here and you direct me on when to go.
It's extensive.
Was there a particular exhibit that was the slide deck, or would you like to just walk through exhibits, or?
Can you repeat that? You're a little muffled.
I'm sorry. Are you able to see my screen?
Let me see. Yes, it says you're presenting.
Great. Let me know where you'd like to start.
Actually, this is the exhibits. It's not my PowerPoint presentation.
Okay.
Let me go ahead and see if I am so sorry that we're having this difficulty.
Hey, we told the last group, it's kind of like soccer with stoppage time. We'll adjust on the back end and make sure we get it in.
Let me see. I don't think I sent you the PowerPoint because you said I'd be able to share my screen.
Yeah.
Let me go back to my private email and see if I can send it from there.
Yeah, like you mentioned yesterday, some migrating overnight with the company, so.
Yeah, that's our problem is we were migrating to a new server overnight, so it's making this really difficult.
We'll work through it. No big deal.
Okay, I am gonna send you, now I should be sending you the email. Hopefully.
I'm refreshing. I'll let you know when I got it.
I had to get into my private email account.
You want to try your
Sorry that I didn't send this to you ahead of time. I feel terrible about this.
Technology happens. We're not.
Okay. All right, let's try it again.
Trying. Going back and forth in Spain, so just making sure it's not caught there.
You're resting heart rate right now.
Give me that.
Tells me to stand.
Take a deep breath and get distracted on this.
My husband just got a permit and he's running marathon and stuff, and it's all on his device. I said, what? That's why my watch is doing everything, so I'm just going to.
It keeps logging me out of my personal account. You want me just to go ahead and present with that? I'll try one more time to share my screen.
Okay.
So the tabs that I see are Microsoft Edge tab, window, or entire screen.
Okay. So click on the words entire screen.
All right.
That should turn blue, or put a line underneath it. See
It puts a box around it.
Okay, now click right in the middle of that box.
Like you're clicking on the screen in that
Like you're
box.
clicking right on that box.
All right.
And then, is share available on the bottom now? Is it not grayed
It
out?
says share,
Yeah, click on that share button.
and it says, sorry, you may not share.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, let's do this. So if you're comfortable, and I apologize, we're having again difficulty this morning, but if you want me to go back and forth with exhibits as you go, I'd be happy to do so. If you just say the word, and I'll pull it up.
Okay, well, let me go ahead. I'm sorry that maybe I could send a PowerPoint.
Yep, I'd be happy to do that.
So that they could see it after the presentation. But first of all, let me say thank you for allowing me to present today. We know how critically important it is for you to find your next leader. We would like to congratulate Mr. Weiss on his upcoming retirement, and a sincere thank you to the board for letting us talk about how we can do a successful search for you. Your attorney asked that we answer some questions, and we provided those for you in Exhibit A for your convenience. So first I want to talk about what makes our searches successful. And we believe there are 3 parts to a successful search: the Board of Education, the K-12 search process, and the consultants that you will be working with throughout the entire search. We have a 6-step search process that we have been using since 2001, and you will see that in Exhibit B under page 1. This has been used by our firm since 2001, and we continually refine it to make the process more workable. So the first step I want to talk about is we need to know who you're looking for. And we find out who you're looking for by a multi-step process. We do in-person focus groups, and we also do paper and online questionnaires. Our focus groups include staff and community. We typically do 6 to 8 focus groups, and then the Board of Education specifically invites their elected officials, their community leaders, and their key stakeholders to a focus group designed for them. If you look at Exhibit C in your notebook, you will see how we collect the data from all of the stakeholder groups. So we asked 3 important questions. What are the strengths of your district? What are the challenges facing your district? And what are the characteristics that you're looking for in a new superintendent? On the back of that questionnaire, you're going to see 10 research-based successful characteristics of school superintendents throughout the nation. We asked respondents to rank order those characteristics because we really want to find out what is important to each group when we're looking for the new superintendent. Then we compile that data into a superintendent search profile. I also think you have that under Exhibit D. It's a 12 to 13 page document where we use to compile all of that data that we have collected. The one that I shared with you was from Kettering City Schools. And you'll see on page 2 of that document how we organize the data that we have collected. So you will see the question, and then right under that question, you will see consistent themes. And those themes are things we heard from almost every focus group and every questionnaire that we've read. So those consistent themes kind of guide you as to what the strengths are of your districts and the challenges and the characteristics. After those consistent themes, you're going to see in priority order the things that each group said about what was important to them. So you're looking at the Board of Education, what was important to them, teachers, administrators, central office staff, community. And then we also interview students so that we hear a student voice, because that's your client. So we want to make sure that their voice is heard throughout the search. This gives you a comprehensive example of the report that we will do for your district. The third step that we look at is actively recruiting. And I believe we have the best boots on the ground when it comes to recruiting, because we have spent years building relationships with school leaders and professional organizations. We've worked really hard to build trust. So our candidates trust us and our boards of education trust us. The next step is your interview process, and we will help you through that interview process. We will help you design questions to ask, and we will have 2 consultants on site to facilitate that interview process. Finally, we do help negotiate the contract if you would like us to do so, because sometimes there can be contention between the new hire and the board. If they're asking for something that the board does not want to give, it's always better for us to tell them it's not a reasonable ask than for a board to be contentious with the new hire. So we do offer that to try to make this a seamless process. So step 6 is using the services that we offer. It is not a part of our search process. It's an additional service that we do at a minimal cost to help the board set goals and action steps for their superintendent and sometimes their treasurer. But we don't include that in our search price because some districts do not wish to do that. So, and if you have questions, you can ask at any time. I already said about the 3 things that make our searches successful, and I talked a little bit about the process. Now I want to tell you about the people. You don't have this slide, and I wasn't going to say much about it, but we have 9 people who work on our superintendent search process. You will have 2 people assigned to your search from the beginning to the end. That would be myself and Frank Forstoffel. I'm a retired school superintendent from Clark Shawnee Local, and I'm also a retired co-director of member development for the Buckeye Association of School Administrators. Mr. Forstoffel is the retired superintendent from Sycamore City Schools in the Cincinnati area. He's a university professor. And so Mr. Forstoffel and myself have a great statewide network because of our association with professional organizations. And we also have experience in leading the searches. We both led several searches throughout the state. A Southwestern City Schools is large, so we may need to pull in additional resources to help, especially during those profile focus groups. and I can assure you that all of our consultants are highly credentialed professionals. The next slide shows an easy button because that's what we wanted to do. We want to make this search enjoyable for you and easy for you. We want to handle all of the things that would stress a school board. We also, on this slide, would have showed you that we will customize this search to meet your needs. And I want to tell you a little bit about how we have customized searches in the past so you can see that we are a flexible firm and we do not make you stick to a process that you may not feel comfortable with. So for Dublin City Schools, they asked us to do an expedited search with a different community engagement process, and we successfully did that. For Sycamore City Schools, they wanted to interview an applicant that was living in another country. We facilitated that. The Kettering City Schools in the Dayton area, they wanted us to go and do profile meetings in every one of their school buildings. And there were quite a few, but they wanted to make sure the staff found talking in those focus groups convenient, and they also wanted their staff to feel very valued and a part of this process. At Oakwood City Schools, they had their own interview process, which was quite different than any we had ever seen before. And they also were going through a branding of their school district during the time of the superintendent search. So we blended the interview process with what they had and what K-12 knows works. And then I will show you an example of how we worked with them on their branding to develop a brochure. For Sylvania City Schools, it was the very end of COVID, and we were in and out of lockdowns. And so that search was conducted entirely virtually. So we wanted you to understand that we can be flexible and meet your needs. And I think the way to tell you how we do that is to give you some examples. Back in Exhibit A, there was a question 3 that asked us who we had worked with. And so I did provide who we've worked with over the last 3 years, and those people could certainly serve as references as you're moving forward to determine who you would like to use with your search. My next slide was talking about that one size does not fit every district. And you will see the different levels of searches in the Exhibit Exhibit B on pages 7, 8, and 9 of Exhibit B. Those exhibits, that exhibit will show you the cost and the differences in each of the searches we provide. I want to highlight the silver and gold search because both of those searches have community and staff involvement at the beginning of the process when we do the focus groups, and then again at the end of the process when you have determined who your final candidates will be. The gold search allows for the candidate to spend an entire day in your school district. That gives them more time to meet with different groups. It also gives them the opportunity to bring their spouse and their children if they so desire. We plan activities for the spouse and the children. And then the end of that day, after they have met with different stakeholder groups, interviewed with the Board of Education takes them to dinner so that they can see the candidates in a more social setting. And that gives you a little more opportunity to learn about that candidate more intimately. I will tell you that our silver search is the most popular search that we have, and our gold search is the one that most high-profile districts like Southwestern uses. But either one will provide community engagement, staff engagement. Now, the last slide I was going to talk about was moving forward. So if we would be fortunate enough to be able to guide you through this process, we want you to understand that you control the search. You're the successful last key to making a school's superintendent search go the way you want. Some companies will bring you a slate of people they think you should interview, and you don't really get to critically evaluate all of the applicants. We will let you see all of the applicants in a secure portal, and before we have a candidate screening meeting with you, you will have already had the opportunity to see everyone who applied for your position. K-12 will then share with you all the things we have learned during our vetting process, because that candidate screening is an executive session, and we are able to secure or to tell you different things we have learned. We're not the FBI, but we do have a really good network, and we can find out about candidates. So my final slide was, why should you choose us? And that would be because we know how to coordinate a search. We start with an organizational meeting, and we set the dates and the parameters what the search will look like over the whole course of the 3 months that we'd be working with you. And we give you weekly and bi-weekly updates on how the search is going. We post the search on the BASA website, Buckeye Association of School Administrators, on your website, and on the K-12 website. And we work in collaboration with your technology and media people to make sure that there's a superintendent search button on your homepage, and you'll see the timeline, the brochure, the search profile, and application under that button. I talked about Oakwood a little bit and their branding. So if you look at Exhibit E, you will see the brochure that we collaboratively developed with Oakwood. And the top of that brochure and the layout of that brochure was the branding that they were trying to communicate to their district. Right after that, Exhibit F shows you the application that K-12 developed working beside our legal counsel. We think it's important for you to see that application. Some firms don't use an application. We do, because it has 3 questions that the applicant needs to address. And we think that's really critically important for you to see how they write, to see how concise they are. And one of those questions is talking about something that was really difficult and they weren't successful at. And you will get an insight as to that person. Then, after all that's done, of course, we do the recruiting, and then your applications are collected in a secure portal. Now, we have worked with Dublin City Schools, so we've worked with the Columbus Dispatch, and we understand the legal aspects that go along with open records and all of that, and we successfully navigated working with Columbus Dispatch while protecting our candidates and our boards of education. Then once you will see those applications in that secure portal, then we will do that candidate screening meeting. And like I told you, we're not the FBI, but we are going to use everything in our network to find out about those candidates. We get to know them personally, we get to know their families, we get to know what their goals and desires are as a school superintendent. But again, the board controls this search. So we'll decide who gets that interview. Now, we can give you some advice on that, but it is totally your search. So we want to make sure that you understand that we will support the board in whatever decision they make. So that is very quickly a rundown of our process. I want to thank you. I tried to keep that within 20 minutes so you could ask questions. I'm sure you might have questions because I gave you tons of information and you didn't even have a PowerPoint to follow. So.
So Deb, you were talking about step 6 in your presentation. Is that included with the gold level search? Or is that extra onto that?
Can you ask me that again? There's
you're fine.
There's like an echo.
Oh, you're fine. So with your gold level search, does that include step 6? Or
It does not.
It does not.
Because not every district asks for that, but we offer that at a very reasonable cost.
An average of that roundabout.
Oh, it's probably, it depends on the size of the district and if they want the superintendent and treasurer, but I'm gonna say around $1,000, no more than that.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you.
It's usually just a half-day meeting with the board and the new hire to determine the process you're going to use to evaluate that superintendent and the action steps you want that superintendent to take to reach those goals. I will say, and I'll add this, we have done several national searches. We have placed one candidate that we recruited from Indiana. We saw this candidate present at a national conference, and when we recruited this candidate to come to Ohio. But on several of the national searches we have done, I can tell you that they have not produced the quality of candidates that we have been able to offer within the state of Ohio. And you'll notice Bexley did a national search and they hired someone from next door who didn't even have superintendent experience. So you can pay a lot of money for a national search, and I'm not sure, unless you ask the right questions of that search firm, I'm not sure they're going to bring you the kind of candidates that maybe a local firm can do.
Yeah,
I had a slide that showed that we had 6 candidates apply at Sycamore City for our national search. 6 people gave their resumes. 4 of them worked in business, 2 of them worked in education. And when they saw our application process, they chose not to apply. I'm sorry, I cut someone off.
It was just me, it's okay. A question, because you are local in terms of the state of Ohio, how far is your database reach? And I guess my second part is because you are a fairly new firm compared to some others, how do you guys work with such a large district as ours that's so diverse?
Okay, great questions. First of all, our firm has been in existence since 2001, and we've been doing searches since 2001. So we're, I would say we're a very respected firm in the state of Ohio. Secondly, you ask about our reach. We typically will look at Indiana and Pennsylvania for candidates. And we have the help of the Buckeye Association of School Administrators because Dr. Axner meets with all of the states, and we talk to him about what we're looking for. for a school district like Southwestern. And he will sometimes give us candidates that other executive directors have given him the names of. I will say when you do a national search and there are some things you need to think about. Certification is one. People outside of the state of Ohio are probably not licensed to be a school superintendent in the state of Ohio. And secondly, they have to take courses to be eligible to be certified. Now, they can work for you under a temporary certificate, but they have to complete college coursework to be able to be certified. Some people say they will do that, and then they don't follow through, and then you're looking for another superintendent. Let me also talk about our guarantee, because I'm not sure if other search firms do this. We don't market for jobs. We're just asked because of our reputation to present for jobs. We guarantee that if the superintendent and the Board of Education can't work out in that first year, that we will come back in and do a search again for a minimal fee, very minimal fee, because we pride ourselves in making the right match. Westlake Schools, that superintendent has been there for 8 years because we knew he was the right match for them. It takes 7 to 10 years to see school improvement. So you want to be sure that you are hiring someone that's willing to stay and willing to do the hard work to make your school district better. And I hope that answers your question.
I know, Deb, you said you guys aren't the FBI, and you do some searching on applicants for social media. I assume you do other additional background checks and searches.
Well, let me tell you that first of all, to be licensed, they've had State of Ohio and Federal Bureau of Investigation to actually get their superintendent license. We have had a couple of boards that have asked us to provide different investigations. Sometimes that's an additional cost. Sometimes that can be done through your local police department or something like that. But we have to know specifically what you're looking for, whether it's financial data or that sort of data. So we can do that, but we know that they've already been vetted through the Ohio State and the FBI, or they wouldn't have a superintendent's license.
Anyone else?
Thank you, Deb.
Well, I would just like to say thank you, not only for the work that you do as school board members, but I'd also like to say it would be an honor for us to get to work with you. But no matter what your decision is, we wish you good luck in your search, because it is critically important for school districts to have great leaders. And so we will be rooting for you if we're not on the front line. So thank you so much. And I do apologize for the technology issues, and I sent the PowerPoint so they can have that.
Thanks, Deb.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deb.
Thank you.
Oh,
You're quick with the trigger.
I had somebody waiting in the queue for 20 minutes, I'm sorry.
Oh, man.
Yeah, for 20 minutes,
Yeah.
sorry. Yes,
I mean, if you use a restroom or anything, you can add it for a second.
Two more.
That's why I agreed to that.
Hi, Wade.
Hi,
Thank you for your patience. We appreciate you.
absolutely. How's everybody doing?
Good.
Great.
Good. Are you ready for me to start?
I'm ready. I think so, right? Whenever you are.
Okay. Well, first and foremost, thank you to all of you for taking the time to allow us to present. I think most of you know that my name is Wade Lucas, and I work at the Educational Service Center of Central Ohio. I'm going to tell you a little bit about me first, just so you know and understand, who you're talking to. Talk a little bit about the ESC, and then get right into the proposal that we have for you, because I'm sure. What time did you guys start?
8:30.
8:30. Well, yeah. And am I the person between you and lunch? Yeah, probably. So at any rate, I'll get right into the timeline quickly, and then open the floor for any questions. As I said, I work here at the ESC. I've been here about 4 years. I started out way back in 1985 as a teacher in the Shakopee City Schools. There I served as head football coach, assistant principal, athletic director, moving my way all the way up to superintendent. Stayed there about 6 years as a superintendent. Moved up to Green Local Schools up in Summit County, up near Akron. I was only there just shy of 2 years, and Olentangy called and needed a superintendent, so that's where I finished my career. I was there approximately 7 years. When I got to Olentangy, we had about 13,000 students. When I retired, we had about 20. So now I think they have right around 23. So the reason I bring that up is the fact that, I've served in an 1,800 student district. I've served in a 5,000 student district at Green, and I've served in a 20,000 student district. So I've pretty well seen all ends, all sides, and I graduated, by the way, from a high school of 67 graduates. So I've been from tiny to the fourth largest in the state. From there, I went to Meta, which is your IT site, I believe. I was the CEO of Meta for 4 years, and now I am at ESC. And post-pandemic, by the way, I served as interim superintendent at Dublin, Hilliard, and Whitehall. So anyone, by the way, that tells you that there's no difference between pre-pandemic superintendency and post-pandemic has never sat in the chair. I can tell you personally, there is a vast difference from when I retired in 15 to when I ran those school districts. So that's a little bit about me. The ESC itself, of which you are a member, we have a footprint of 30 school districts, and you are a large member, one of our largest, and we have worked and provided support for your school system throughout the years, and will continue to do so. Just a little background on some of the searches that we have done, and I have done personally. We just finished Olentangy. I did the search for both their superintendent and their treasurer. We did Delaware City treasurer. I did the superintendent search at Reynoldsburg. That was actually, I'm sure you have followed the news. There was a search, there was a superintendent, and then there was another search, another superintendent. I did the second search for that. We did Whitehall. We did Eastland Fairfield. As I've mentioned, we also do interim positions. I've done Dublin, Hilliard, Whitehall. Steve Massey works with us. He used to be the superintendent of Big Walnut. He has done Marion City and Cardington. Angel Denver works with us. She used to be Big Walnut, now serving Westerville as the interim. And of course, Dan Good works for us and has served as the Bexley and Reynoldsburg superintendent. So all told, all said, I've had roughly 40 years in the business. Whether that's good, whether that's bad, and all that means is I've seen a lot of things and I've got a lot of experiences to share with people. Our support itself, as you know, or may know, may not know, we provide both support, mentorship, strategic thinking, all different types of things for school districts. That may mean as much as, having a shoulder to cry on or having lending an ear to listen. But we work with superintendents on a daily basis. Personally, I have 12 that I provide mentorship and consulting services to, and most of those are up in the northern part of Franklin and Delaware County. I believe Aaron Ross both works with you and has done that for a long, long time. By the way, stop me at any time. Again, I know that you've been there a long time, and I do want to respect that fact. So stop me at any time and ask for any questions. Our purpose, of course, or our objective is to provide you with the best leader possible that's sitting out there. That's what we do. One of the many things that we do, we do strive to meet your immediate needs and know and understand that what you're about to venture into is the most important thing that you do as a school board. You hire two people. You hire your treasurer, which I see him sitting there. So you hire, and you hire your superintendent. So those are the most important things that you do outside of setting policy for the school district. So we know it's extremely vital. Usually when we get into a situation, especially with the larger districts, most will want to conduct a national search, and we have had much experience doing that, and we'll continue to do so. I know I was sharing this with Omar last week. When we say national search-wise, we're not just talking about advertising in the AASA bulletin across the United States. We actually have two individuals that I work with personally, Pete Gorman and Robert Abosa. They work in 31 different states. They are former superintendents. One was at the Charlotte Mecklenburg schools down in North Carolina, and the other one was down in South Florida. That's where they were based as superintendents. They have somewhat, retired or semi-retired from the specific superintendency and gotten into some type of a consulting service. They run a couple of organizations called Chiefs of Change and K-12 Leadership Matters. We still use them, by the way, for our aspiring superintendent academies. We also use them for our central office leadership academies, and I reach out to them at all times as far as potential candidates. They are in 31 different states, mostly Midwest to the Eastern Coast. Pete does reside seasonally in California, so their tentacles go out there a long way. They know a lot of people. They do work mainly in the big urban, big suburban school districts, and that's who they work with. We also have a personal relationship with Paul Emhoff. As you know or may have heard of Paul, they retired from Arlington. He was the president of AASA, which is the National Superintendents Association, and he has his tentacles out there a lot from a national standpoint as far as individuals that would be willing and able to work with suburban schools. I am also a member of the Midwest School Superintendents Association, which takes in 9 Midwestern states. I usually get together with those individuals in January and July one's in Florida, one's in Chicago, so have direct access to those individuals. So that kind of tells you a little bit about our network. We do have in our organization itself, I work in the client service. Dan Good works in the client service. He has about 38 years in education. Aaron Ross works in the client service. He has about 50 years in education. Steve Mazzi, Angie Hamburg, and John Kellogg just recently moved in from Westerville. David Barta is our CFO, and he's been around a long time. I worked with him at Meta. Why do I tell you this? Only because we have years upon years of experience. And again, what does that get you? That just gives you the opportunity that we know a lot of people. We know a lot of people that we can pick up the phone and have a conversation, and the phone doesn't stop at the administrative assistant. They put us through, and we have conversations with individuals, not only throughout the state, but throughout the nation. And that's what that experience gets for you. A little bit about our overview itself. We, as you can see on our handouts, we have a superintendent search, and I believe you've listened to 3 different presentations. There's no real magic to this. Most of them look the same, feel the same, and it all depends on how many candidates we can get in front of you. And that determines the success of a superintendent search firm. Needs assessment, we do that. We have individuals here by the name of Dr. Tom Reed and Rodney Harrelson that, when an applicant provides that application information, they have the ability, Dr. Reed and Rodney, to kind of weave in the fit of that. They have a profiler on that application process that weaves in the fit of what we will eventually arrive to, of what Southwestern needs and what they want. We do community surveys, we do community forums, we do focus groups, you name it, we do it, and really most of that comes down to the individual boards. I have conducted searches where board members have said, we are choosing the superintendent. No one else is involved. I've also conducted searches, in fact, the one I just did with Colin Tanshi, that involved community surveys, that involved about 7 different focus groups, including students, which, by the way, was one of our more enlightening focus groups for both board members and individuals working in the school district to hear those students, what they wanted, what they thought should be in the next leader of the organization. We also reach out to your key communicators. We do have we did a community forum where we invited in roughly 50 community members, and that was in the final interview. So again, I could go on, but I know everyone in this room can read and know and understand what's on that handout. So I want to make sure I get through the most important part, which would be the timeline that I sent you. Before I get to that, though, just a few other things. We do have a candidate recruitment that's very expansive and thorough. We don't take the references of who the individual that applies provides us. We do take those references, but we go above and beyond, and I think that's where the experiences of the number of individuals that we have here at ESC, it kind of helps us out and helps you out, because you tell us where they're from, and we probably know somebody there. And if those individuals don't show up on that reference sheet, we will be calling those individuals and getting a true, unbiased report of what that individual thinks. So those are some of the things that we do. Our due diligence also includes a social media reference check. if we were to do your search, as the candidates applied, I would send those candidate names down to our tech department. They would run, what we call our social media reference checks, check Facebook, check Instagram, check Snapchat, whatever the social media that individuals are using. And that's probably the most powerful thing that I have seen in the last 2 to 3 years, would be the number of individuals that get disqualified from the process due to the fact that they, put something inappropriate or on their social media posts, which, by the way, that's not our decision. I present those posts to the board, and that's usually the board's decision as far as whether they want to disqualify that individual or not. The final selection, obviously, we would try to get you to a point where when you got down to your final 2 applicants, my position would always be that down to the final 2, the board could live with both, but obviously they would like one better. But just in case we have had people pull out at the final end, and in lieu of taking you back through that process all over again, you choose the individual that was in the final. And last but not least, the success and continuing support. I told Omar this the other day. It doesn't matter who you choose as your superintendent. In all reality, it doesn't matter who you choose as your search firm. The individual that you choose is vital for us to make that individual successful. It's vital to you, obviously, on your end, but it's also very vital to us. So we're going to work with that individual any way you foresee, and we're going to make sure that that individual is successful. Any questions so far before I get into this timeline?
I have a couple.
Yes.
I was just wondering, I have a couple questions. One is, with I know we pay about $15 million a year for different services. If we were to use you for our superintendent search, would that take money away from any of the other services we're already paying you for? Like, do you have to allocate that budget in a different way?
Yeah. We provide superintendent searches. Once in a blue moon, we will do a superintendent search for a district outside of our footprint, outside of our membership. We charge for that. When we do a superintendent search for individuals in our footprint or in our membership, we do not charge for that. And that does not affect the funding piece as far as the services that you get.
It's already included in that $15 million. So let's say next year we don't need to use it. Do we get like a discount on that $15 million?
Well, I believe, and ask you this, but I believe with the services, we provide the discounts on volume of service. I think you guys are probably down in the 3.5% administrative fees. Would that be correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. So as you continue to use those services, most of our smaller, sometimes the individuals use less services. They're in the 5% administrative fee range. So again, when you start doing the math on that, the volume, you're getting a decent discount when it's down to in the 3.5 or lower range.
Also, when it comes to the searches, where's the confidentiality piece when it comes to the applicants and whatnot? Are you guys subject to public records requests?
Oh yes, absolutely. We are a public entity, so we are subject to public records. And the conversation I had with Omar, and again, this game has changed. Even from I retired in 2015 as superintendent, stayed with it. But this game has changed in the fact that many candidates, especially a district more size and with more prestige, most of the candidates are going to be extremely cautious as far as applying. And that's, I think, when a lot of times where our experience comes in, because, superintendents don't want to get in trouble with their board, because been there, done that. You go looking, and the first thing you get is, it gets back to a board member, and they say, "What, don't you like us anymore? Why are you looking? What's you don't want to be here?" So they're extremely cautious. So we try to respect that, but we also understand and know that you want as many qualified candidates as possible in front of you. So we will do things, I was telling Omar, sometimes we will do things like setting up informal meetings with two board members. And this sometimes helps a lot. Some boards really like this, and some boards don't want any part of it. So we will set up an informal meeting and have a conversation of which we're not a part of. But that goes to a board or in front of a board that really, I think, trusts each other. And at least this is what I have found, because they're going to kind of let one or two people have a conversation with a person that might be interested and might not, but we kind of put them together at times just to see if there's a synergy there. The board might say, yes, we're interested, and the superintendent might say, no, I'm not interested, or vice versa after those conversations. So we definitely allow or let our candidates know that somewhere down the line, we're going to get a public records request, and usually that happens about the time you get down to the 5 or 6 that you're going to interview. And as we have all these conversations over the month or so leading up to that initial interview, eventually there's going to come a time where an individual has to say, okay, I'm in. And when they're in, they become part of that public records request. Did that answer your question?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Any others?
So I guess in that piece too, you don't do any, we won't receive like any video recordings or video like interviews of any of the candidates that you guys have? And
as far as when you say video recordings of what we have with who?
Well, I'm clarifying 1 second. It's like a video interview, video and screening interview. 3 minutes of video screening interview with 3 questions.
Yeah. Do you do anything like that?
We don't video those. We have lots of conversations with potential candidates. We do not video because, at least this has been my experience. Most in today's world, if they're interested and they go as far as to say, I'll go ahead and be videoed, they're willing to come forward and interview, go through the interview process with. Any other questions before?
You do local, you said you do all local searches here, or do you do anything outside of Ohio?
No. We stay here. We have plenty of contacts outside of Ohio. And we can get you some outside of Ohio candidates. But again, my experience is going to be, and has been, and probably will continue to be, and I think if you look at most of the searches that take place, Southwestern, Olentangy, Hilliard, big suburban schools kind of bring a different dynamic to the table as far as these are big organizations. And most of the individuals that you're going to get have either been a superintendent of an urban district, a big suburban, or right here in Central Ohio, because Central Ohio is actually full of multi-high school suburban districts that we take for granted. And I've lived this is why I know it. we take for granted because we live it. This, no question, no changes in places like that. It's not like that in other places. So you bring a different dynamic, and a lot of times, it might sound nice to say, well, we're going to do an intergalactic search. A lot of times, that intergalactic search, and I think again, if you just look at Columbus, for example, Olentangy, those intergalactic searches oftentimes turn into somebody that was either in your district already and doesn't understand the process, or not very far from your district. Now, I say that with the risk of you thinking, oh, geez, this guy isn't going to give an outside person from California a chance. That's inaccurate. I talked to several individuals at Olentangy when I did that search. One guy was from Iowa, one guy was from Michigan, another guy was from, I believe, Virginia. And at the end of the day, when they did the research and what it takes to move from that state to this state for various reasons, up to and including the retirement system, most or all of those individuals said, I'm going to let this go. Other questions before I get to probably the most important sheet, and I believe I sent this to Omar and Evan, I believe they gave it to you, was the timeline. I can sit here and explain everything about a timeline, but I think it's, I'm kind of a visual learner. You may or may not be, but I provided you the timeline for Olentangy. And it goes into more detail and specifics about what we actually do in a search. And as you can see down through that timeline, this is pretty well planned out. So if we got your search, what I would do is come and meet with the board, and we would start getting the calendars out and start planning this whole process out from the beginning, which was in their case February 23rd, all the way down to the end, which in their case was May 15th. I have conducted shorter searches than that, by the way. I've also conducted longer searches than that. So I don't want you to think this timeline is set in stone. This timeline is customized to what you want, what you need. I think as you can see, we put a target date for hiring right out of the gates. We want to have this done by this time, because then we take that date and we work backwards. So we'll present a rough draft timeline. We'll finalize a community survey. Anything with your constituents is cleared by you before we do that. So we'll provide you the copy of the community survey, get your input. Are these the things you want to ask? We will set up focus groups. And again, as I've already alluded to, I meet with board members, I meet with staff members, I meet with both certified and classified staff members, students, parents, business leaders, key communicators, you name it, the individuals that you think should be there, you will talk to. So I conduct anywhere from 4 to 7 focus groups when I come in, provide that information for you. We survey the stakeholders. We sent out a digital survey, for example, in Olentangy, we got back 1,500 responses, which talks about qualities that you want in your new leader. We surveyed the faculty and staff, key influencers. So those are both from a digital standpoint and a face-to-face standpoint. We create a profile after that. After we've taken in all this input from our community and our staff and our boards, we take in all this information, we create a profile of what you are looking for. These are the main qualities of the next leader of Southwestern. And we post that. Before we do that, we have a special board meeting, obviously, to approve that profile and the posting and the timeline. We send it out. For example, we send it out statewide through the ESC Association, through the BASA, which is the State Superintendent Association. We send it out through AASA, which is the National Superintendent Association. And I get in contact with my individuals like Pete and Robert, which, by the way, I've already talked to them about that. They are ready to go whenever all we have to do is say the word. So we have that special board meeting where we get all of our ducks in a row and then we post it. And it shouldn't be around the pump that post it. Now, if you say, well, we'd rather have 2 months, that's not a problem. If you say we'd rather have 2 weeks, that's not a problem either. The norm is to post the position for roughly a month. And during that time, as we get applications in, we have Dr. Reed that is matching up all those qualities that you and your community said that you wanted with the individuals. We ask questions on those applications to see how that matches up. And then as we get names in, I will send those names to our IT department. They'll do the social media reference check. I will give those names to individuals, the 6 individuals or so that we talked about. They will start those references. So we conduct our due diligence for roughly a week of references, non-references, the finance success record of that individual, their social media, the longevity they've had in the organization, and any or all unique characteristics that they may bring to you. And then kind of have a night with the board that I call my war room night, where we kind of get together in a room with those whiteboard and we start talking about candidates. And we usually go through and talk about every candidate that we have that has applied. And unfortunately, in today's world, by the way, I used to run superintendent searches where 45, 50 people would apply. Here recently, 10, 15, 20, that's about all you get. But at any rate, we go down through each one of them. We talk about the strengths, we talk about the weaknesses. We get the board's input and we finalize and select 6 candidates or 5 that you want to interview. And then we start having first round. First round, as we do it, is usually just the board. And we try to pare that down to the last 2 or 3. And then, as I said on the last one, with Olin Changey, the final interview was basically 2 parts. We had the board, which interviewed 1 candidate, say from 6 to 7, and then we had the community that came in, and the superintendent gave a presentation to the community, and we asked questions, and we allowed the community members to ask questions, or actually put questions in a hat, and we pulled them out, because we still do screen those questions just to keep you out of trouble from a legality standpoint. We make sure no illegal questions are asked, and then at the hour mark, we just do, and then you get together with Dr. Reed and Dr. Harrelson to talk about that whole community piece. They kind of go through all the responses, and they talk to you about each candidate, and then we get together and we finalize and select your next leader, and that's when I kind of step out of things. So that's our timeline. That's our process, and it has worked extremely well. And I know most of those search firms that you talk to will say to you, we give them we work with them for a year, and what I like to say is we work with them for a lifetime. We're with them, and we will continue to be with them, and we'll continue to provide them support, mentorship, strategic thinking processes, and we want to make sure that everybody is successful. That's pretty well what we do. Cost standpoint, as I have said, is 0. And I think on the next to last page, you see all the searches that we have done. And that's pretty well my presentation as far as our process, I would open it up for questions now for anyone that has them.
Wade, we appreciate your thoroughness in prep and again, just again elaborating for the few questions we have in between. So sincerely, we appreciate your time and all you do in a number of capacities supporting our school system and helping kids.
Yes, you are quite welcome.
All right. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Wade.
All right, thank you.
I'll make sure.
Back into the 90s. Oh, here you go.
Cool. Hi, Dale. Hi, Paul. Thanks for your patience.
Oh, absolutely.
We've made it to you. So we're ready whenever you guys are.
Okay, in terms of introduction, I'm Paul Pendleton, founder and owner of Finding Leaders. And my colleague is? I'm Dale McVeigh. I work with Finding Leaders. We are going to perhaps approach this a little bit differently. I'm going to give a very quick overview of Finding Leaders. And we really don't want this to be just two talking heads necessarily. We would love to entertain your questions throughout our presentation. So it isn't all presentation. We want to make sure your questions concerning us are answered. So in terms of history, in about 2000, we were asked to do a superintendent search in Southeast Ohio. The ESC organization superintendent said to us, we have a board of education here who nobody likes, who do not play well together, who do not like each other, and I refuse to do the search. So we went down, did the search, and then we started to think about how this really ought to be done. We did a lot of research into how executive searches and executive success ought to be linked. So we have a few core values that guide everything we do. This is, for us, this is all about relationships, and we'll be talking about that a little bit later on. Another value we hold dearly is this is about engagement. And it's your search, certainly, but we will propose a number of engagement activities to you. Another value that we hold dear is we want to work with the board and help design the search and the appointment in such a way that it's successful and help establish the post-search as a successful part of it. We also look at this as a partnership between Finding Leaders and the board. The profile that we help develop with the Board of Education and engaging other other teachers and non-teachers in the community is extremely important to us. We facilitate. We are there at the very beginning, throughout the entire process, at the very end at 10:30 or 12 o'clock at night when you make the final decision. We don't vote. We don't tell you for whom to vote, but we are there to facilitate. We maintain communications with the Board of Education. Our goal is to maintain communication one time per week. So we have the best network you could ever find. We have 24 consultants in Ohio and in New York. And if we are fortunate enough to work with you the day after we make the agreement, those 24 consultants will know the complete complexity of your district and begin to work on the search as well, even though the search will be headed by an individual. We also have a guarantee. We guarantee that the search will be successful. If for some reason during the search something goes wrong, we do the search again immediately without cost. If something happens during the first year of employment that something doesn't work out, we will redo the search without cost. That's only happened to us one time in the 23 years we've been in business, but that drives us to do absolutely wonderful job for you. And it drives us to help set the stage for success. With that, so we are not just two talking heads. Throughout this presentation, we would like to take a break and say, what questions do you have at this point you would like to pose to us?
So as we get into this, maybe let me introduce myself first, so you know who's doing some talking. As I said, my name is Dale McVeigh. I'm the retired superintendent of Hilliard City Schools. I retired in 2013. At that time, that's when Dave Stewart, who was our high school principal, came to Southwestern and was there with me for 8 years before I led the Hilliard search a few years ago, and he returned as their superintendent. If Jamie's in the room or Hugh's in the room, they might vouch for me. I don't know.
Just a little. You're good at it, Greg.
Wait, Jamie, this is our time. But I think I've been in Central Ohio since the mid-90s. Came up to become my superintendent with Licking Heights, and then I spent the last 14 years of my career in Hilliard. I understand big systems. Been involved in several searches with big systems. Been involved in currently the Lakota search, the Hilliard search, and Jefferson a couple of years ago, and then Licking Heights a couple of years ago. So I have some experience in that area. The one thing I want to again iterate is what Paul said, and that is it's your search. Our job is to help guide and direct and listen to you, but ultimately it is your search. So what that looks like as we go along, it needs to make sure it is personalized to what your needs are. We start talking about that, it's critical that those communication lines are open. And the one thing I can tell you about both of us, and I'll be the lead on this, I'm a phone call away, and particularly living here in Central Ohio, it's easy for me to get to places, to be available to you, to ensure that your needs are being met. But at the end of the day, it is your search. And we work for you, and we will work with you to accomplish what it is you want to accomplish. And I think that's part of why we say we develop a personalized search. There are no two searches completely alike.
If I could add to that, Dale, we always have two people working directly with education. So Dale will be the lead. There will be another finding leaders consultant joining him. I will be in the background doing a lot of paperwork. I may even come to some meetings in Columbus. I live in the Cleveland area. And as I indicated before, 24 other consultants.
I think Paul might have.
We still have you, Dale. We still have you.
We
got Paul now.
Paul, I think you're back. I think you froze. Did you?
I'm sorry.
Want to finish that thought, or?
I would be happy to finish if I knew where I was. My point is.
That doesn't happen to him often.
I guess my point is Dale will take the lead. He will have someone working directly with him. I will be working as well with Dale, and the other 24 consultants, 53 consultants throughout our network will also play a role as they will provide assistance in recruiting.
So do we have a slide that about scope and sequence that was sent?
I do. I'd like to share with you a slide. Okay. Can you all see that slide?
Not yet, Paul. If you back out from your sharing, and then you go back to the square box with the up arrow, and at the bottom of the the Google Meet we're on, and then you click share. There'll be 3 options. On the far right option will be share entire screen. And just make sure you're on that tab, and then click the little rectangle inside the box that looks like one of your computer tabs, and then hit the blue share button. You should be good.
Okay, hang on a second. Okay, say that again. You talked about the up arrow, right?
Yeah, the square box with the up arrow to share.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm not seeing that.
At the very bottom of the link, you may already be in a share mode. Does it still say you're sharing or stop sharing?
Okay, lead me through that one more time, and I'll try to catch it.
We'll do. At the bottom, you should see. I think it counts for 8 little bubbles. You'll see a microphone. You'll see a hand raise, the red in the call meeting. You see a box at the bottom of our open Google Meet tab that has an up arrow in it. Dale, are you seeing that on your?
I see it.
Yes. Click that, and then you should be prompted with another box with 3 options. You want to click on the far right option that says share entire screen. Seeing that?
I got that.
Okay.
On that.
And then inside that pop-up box is a little rectangle that looks like it should be a snippet of one of your screens. Just click it. Just click that giant rectangle, and then that grayed out button that says share should be blue.
Hey, I'm sorry this was taking too long.
No, you're fine.
Okay, I'm on click the entire screen.
Yep, and then click the square box inside there. It looks like it's a window from an internet browser. Make sure you select it. And then is there a blue button now at the bottom that says share?
Not yet.
Okay. I don't think you clicked the square box yet then inside.
Looks like a picture of your screen.
Yeah, it looks like a picture of your screen, a really a smaller picture of your screen.
You have to click on it once.
Okay, I'm feeling that this is wasting our time, Dale. Let's talk about the sequence.
Hey, Evan, just out of curiosity, do you have that same slide on your computer?
I don't believe I do. I was going to show you guys real quick.
Yeah.
This
Well, what we can do is make that slide available to you so that the board can have a copy of it, because it's sort of the heart of what we're about. And it's about relationships, but it's also about connectedness to those relationships.
real quick, Paul, I was just going to show you. I took a screenshot of what I'm looking at. I clicked entire screen from that up arrow, and then I selected and clicked here where my mouse is, and then this gray share button turns blue. So I'll stop sharing so you see what I'm saying? I clicked this box. I clicked entire screen, I clicked this, then I click the share button that'll turn blue once this is selected. Is that an option for you before we get too far? Then we can pivot. I just want to make sure I afforded you the opportunity.
Okay. I'm not seeing that. I'm sorry about that.
Okay, all good. We can pivot.
So,
okay, Dale, go ahead.
Right. So the one thing I think is critical for us collectively as a planning leaders team and the board governance team is to need to talk about some critical decisions. One of the first things we need to do is, first of all, understand where you are, what you're looking for, what are some of the characteristics of that next superintendent that you're wanting them to have as we go out and start to look at potential candidates. I think that, equally important is your timeline. I know Bill's retirement, I believe, is effective at the end of the day, July the 31st. I think he is going to be available over the following months, but ultimately I think that year begins August 1st, where he is the special assistant. So we would need to develop a timeline together. We will have some suggestions for what that looks like and how we go about advertising, and to ensure that this search isn't just local. This search is not just statewide, but we have some avenues to ensure that this search goes national in its advertising. And, I think also it's equally critical of that conversation around, so while it's your search, it's also the community search. So how do we, for you, work with the community? And when I say school community, I really am talking about school community, all the different stakeholders. How do we get their feedback to sort of play into where you are and you're thinking about what is that next superintendent profile? What does it look like? And we sort of take those two pieces. We do them both at the same time because we do need to get the vacancy announcement out, but we also need to continue to engage. And so not only are we just asking for your feedback, we're looking at things like in-person focus groups, in which we'll sit and we'll ask a series of questions to gather feedback. We look at common themes that are being developed through those different groups. We will work with you on the identification of who those groups are. There's a standard set, but it may not be you may want to add to it. We also will look at gathering feedback through an online tool. And we'll work with your communications department on what that tool looks like. It can be the same exact set of questions that we have when we meet with our focus groups. If you have a preferred, a different approach in that online tool feedback, we can do that too. What we look to do is gather and provide as many opportunities as we can for people to provide input, not only for us in our search, but also for you as Board of Education. And those are two of the most important pieces here as we start to talk about what comes first and how quickly can we get this point. There will be interest, I have no doubt, but it's also March and we have to be cognizant of that. So the quicker we get to the marketplace, the better. So I think that, let me stop just for a second. Anything that we said thus far, do you want to ask us questions about?
So you're saying in conjunction with like in-person focus groups with the community and physically speaking with the community, also online tools for the feedback is collected, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And some of those same people who attend those in focus groups also will be filling out the online instrument if they choose. And so, yes, in answer to your question, I think that, noting the time, one of the things that we do want to highlight before our time wraps up is a couple things. One of the things we do discover during this conversation with our community and with you is we find out a little bit about what the common themes are. What do people see as what do they really like about the district? What concerns do they have about the district? What opportunities are available that through these focus groups where, there's a chance here to really build on what it is we're seeing as a need. And then what are some of the concerns that we call threats? So it's called a SWOT analysis, but it brings weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. But at the end of the day, it sort of paints this picture about how the community views itself and how you as a Board of Education views itself. And it's helpful in setting that tone or that conversation with candidates as you interview them, as you think about post-superintendent, what that looks like once that individual can get. And the sharing of that information once that superintendent begins. And I think the last thing, and you'll get this slide, and there's no reason for us to go through the different steps. It is not atypical what many search firms do with identify preferred candidates that finding leaders will take to you up to 6 candidates after at the initial stage. We do pre-screening interviews with those candidates. We bring you up to 6 candidates for you to consider for a first round interview. Following that is the second round interview in between, in which you will identify hopefully only 2. Some cases it's 3, but in most cases it's 2. Is what I think is a little bit different and sets them apart a little bit is the stakeholder group interview. Stakeholders do not make the decision, they don't make the recommendations. However, prior to that final interview with you as the Board of Education, we do have an opportunity to invite different stakeholder groups in to be a part of an interview, if you will, in which what happens is 5 or 6 stakeholder groups that, in working with you, you'll identify. One of those people from each of those stakeholder groups then come to the table to be part of this round robin, where they ask questions of the finalist candidates. You as a Board of Education are present, but only as an observer. And so there are a couple of benefits that by watch this continue to unfold. One is it gives you an opportunity to see interaction between that potential candidate and the different stakeholders. Secondly, it gives you a chance it gives them a chance to see what are those questions raised by the other stakeholder groups. Because they're not all like groups. They're different. And so their questions will be different. And it really works really, really well. When we conclude those interviews with those groups, we then do a debriefing in which the Board of Education stays in the room. And we ask them the question. So, what'd you like? What were you might have been concerned about? What questions might you have? And then we usually wrap it up by asking the question. So, you see this person that again, they're not weighing, we're not ranking. It's for just the candidate at the time they're in the room. What was your impression? And you as the Board of Education are sitting back, taking notes, making observations, you're looking at body language, all those things. And that, when that is concluded, then there is a final interview with you and that candidate. And that ultimately will lead, hopefully, to a candidate that meets your criteria and is offered a position. The last thing I want to make sure that we talk about is that what happens after that person's selected, after that person's hired. A couple of things. One is we don't go away, unless you tell us to go away. We don't go away. We want to see that candidate through that first year. We offer as part of the original contract, a board retreat in the late summer, early fall, in which we sort of help facilitate that as that superintendent is transitioning into that new position for Southwestern City Schools. And we do other things to stay in touch. And doing, for example, after I led that search, I've gone back ever since and annually facilitate that superintendent's evaluation with the Board of Education. For them, that works. It works well. That might work for you, it may not work for you, but that's just an example of one thing. Now that's an additional, but that's something we do to see that through. The other thing I would tell you is, I live here. I've been here since the mid-90s. I've known Southwestern, is very close friends with Kirk Hamilton, very close friends with Bill Wise. Know many of the people, including Jamie and you, that work in the district. Dave had a wonderful experience there. This is important to me, it's personal. Public education needs to be successful. And Southwestern is, I think, the 6th largest district in the state of Ohio. And so that commitment to see this through or be a part of this person's success is something that I'm very invested in. So, what thoughts do you have? What questions do you have? I know we sort of ran through it there, and I apologize for the slides. We did that to you, so you can see that, as a visual. But what questions might you have for us?
Can you break down for me the fee structure? I was looking at it on the information that was provided to us, and I wanted to make sure I got it right. So like how it says option A, those different price points in it is added together, right? Like that $16.9 is plus the $84.50 and the $2,000, or is that $16.9 all of the price? That's where I was trying to.
Let me clarify that, please.
Okay.
They are not added together. The 16.9 is invoiced in two ways, one at the beginning of the search and one at the end of the search. And if you want us to partnership with a national firm, we would have to understand very clearly the expectations of both a national firm and of finding leaders. We guess that fee would be someplace around $10,000, and that's not added to the 16. That's something totally separate. But we would need to have that conversation about expectations first.
Thank you. Makes sense.
Other questions you may have of us? Well, I would say that we are really proud of finding leaders. We have a network of people. We have a process that's been fully vetted and is focused on bringing you absolutely the best leader possible. We are personally, as Dale talked about, we are personally engaged and involved through recruiting, and that's a major component of finding leaders is recruiting, and our own interviewing, our own vetting of candidates. We need to and want to communicate with you very, very often. And the transition, the setting the stage for success is extremely important. And the groups I talked about, the guarantee. Other questions for us?
Thanks, everybody. I will say, you and Jamie, you look so much better from. Thank you, everybody. We appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you, yes.
Thank you all.
The next step, while everything is totally fresh in everybody's mind, is go ahead and rank the options. Like what's your number one, what's your number two, what's your number three, what's your number four, and Hugh's gonna tally it up. And then we will see collectively as a board where we are now before conversation. And then you can obviously talk, and if people change their mind or whatever, and then we can do it again, see if we can build a consensus position.
Should I start? We stay there. Okay. K1 or K12 was my favorite, and my computers.
If you were gonna vote for if you were gonna rank the other three, what would you rank them? We had Ray and Associates, McPherson and Jacobson.
Yeah, ESC would be 30. The McPherson and Jacobson would be 4, and then Associates would be.
Okay.
And I would just elaborate a little bit more to say that the more that we were presented to about the benefits of keeping it in Ohio, I just identified with a lot of what was said about that. I think there were some really think on top of that, I think not having a nationwide search would, I think, produce a candidate pool that might just identify a little bit more with like the region that we live in. It might be a better fit.
My number 1 was K-12. My number 2 was finding leaders. And my number 3 is Ray and Associates. McPherson, and then ESC.
Oh, you are?
I'm ready for anybody.
You just didn't
Yeah,
mess around. Yeah, I'd go with K-12. Finding leaders, ESC, McPherson, and Ray. All right.
On the next, finding leaders, K-12, McPherson, Ray, ESC.
So that worked out.
Finding leaders.
I got 1 and 2, I think.
Finding leaders,
Finding leaders,
McPherson, Ray, ESC.
K-12, McPherson, Ray, ESC.
I got you. Thanks.
Okay, down to me. I think I got it. My number 1 was K-12. My 2 was finding leaders. My 3 was ESC. 4 was McPherson. 5 was Ray and Associates. Agree with additional discussion in hearing the presentations. I'm liking the route of staying more local within the state. Finding somebody in a home.
There was some truth to what he says about licensing. And
Yeah, and that was, I mean, that has never
That's
occurred to me
that's
that that would
definitely
be a
something
hurdle.
you need to think about.
Yeah.
Yeah, that definitely so.
What did that bring?
K-12 would be the first choice, finding leaders would be the second choice, these are averages, and McPherson and ESC were close, and then Ray would be, the farthest away.
On the W, hang on, that's,
I mean, are we confident enough that, I mean, seeing,
So for me, I don't know, just the piece with, kids, so if we're gonna talk about local and being local, like that piece there, that guy they seem really local, finding leaders was like that seriously local piece, and when it comes to expenses or whatnot, or how it is, like, they're legit here, around 270, it sounds like K-12, do they have local people here? I don't recall, I mean,
They're
it's,
pretty local.
like, they're
very central Ohio.
they're Central Ohio, okay, she seemed like she was far away, she is central, she's here.
She's not.
She's not WC at BASA, and they have a lot of business officers, so if you wanna look at their website and look at their credentials, I mean, they kind of have a broad swath of people that have been in education or appropriate education around the state, so they are more local than like a national firm is probably, I'd say.
Okay.
But they also have a lot of financial people that are on
Right.
there.
Yeah, their office is actually in central Ohio.
Oh, it is?
Finding
Okay.
leaders is up in Cleveland, actually, but they're both firms can stretch throughout Ohio.
Okay.
And they strategically have people in different areas of Ohio.
Okay, that's good. I guess I didn't ask finding leaders what their size they work with. That's just a piece for me too, with the size of the district too, which, you know, we're a very new board in general and to do our due diligence, and that's why I'm gonna bring all this up, just to make sure that, you know, we are doing our due diligence, realizing we are, you know, a larger district. And I know that like, you know, Columbus City went above and beyond and hired someone in their system, which is amazing to do that. But to do, you know, I think local is great too, but I mean, should we not out on a limit, but consider at all, like, hey, this is our district, many of them said the pool for all these is not very deep. Like, would it be any benefit to throw it out there and say, hey, maybe somebody wants the Ohio climate, like, I don't know, that doesn't know we're here. You know, in the piece where, the Bexley person who doesn't even have a superintendent license, like, so they're licensed, or how that work?
No, he had a license, he was
Okay.
just a student administrator.
Oh, okay. I was like, how did that part fall into the?
Experience.
But when you think about the size, getting back to your point, UA is much larger, actually much smaller.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's fit.
Yeah.
And Jason Fine's been around for a long time doing good work at the building level. So I think it's kind of apples to apples.
Oh, okay, that's what that is. Okay. I was like, how did that fall in there?
Yeah.
Things that gave so many. But I don't know, like with the, I mean, yes, it'd be great to find somebody here, so less cost of moving lines and everything. And at the same time, like, what if we be doing our due diligence as a new board to just stay local? Or should we kind of go, you know, kind of go big or go home, right? Like, are we gonna,
You do have the option to do two. I mean, you don't have, that's what everybody
Yes.
said, no, you could do two, or you could stay just Ohio. So you have both options. I mean, you focus on Ohio.
it'd be great. Say, no, I mean, obviously staying higher would be great. But.
I'm concerned about the going outside of the state and that risk we take with finding someone, the licensure piece. And then is a person committed to our district and making sure they do what's needed if they should to
It's the wasting time.
yeah,
For me. It's like, are we gonna waste so much
wasting our
time?
finances and
Maybe
our
we find somebody from
time
Kansas
if they
who's
don't want to
interested,
commit to us.
and then when they
go on.
see all that they have to do in
Right.
order to
to
sway
switch.
back off, and then here we are, like, you know.
I think that's what the firm
That's my
does though. I mean, that's their piece. If we say, I think any of these firms, even though they focus on Ohio, they can go outside
Right.
of Ohio to look for that due diligence piece, but also that's their job. You know, how long will it take you to get licensure in Ohio? What's your commitment? This is what the board would say. You've got whatever, 6 months, a year. You know, that's where we put those parameters in so that if we do get candidates, we may not, but if we do get candidates outside of Ohio, that's kind of their vetting process. I think we set those parameters and that's what the firm.
My question becomes then, not to alleviate that feeling of board members feeling like, do we go outside of the state? Is that something that we're doing interviews and we don't get the applicants? You know, we're not seeing the pool and then we
Go
decide to
And then
expand
we're
out.
wasting time too.
But I mean, it's kind of like a starting in the state and here, and if we're not getting what we are looking for, then, right, it's kind of like putting, I don't want to say wasted time, but putting that time on the back end versus in the front of the.
I would imagine within
That's what
2
I'm
weeks, we'll know
saying.
how many candidates we have. Right? If we say, we're going K-12, go, these are your parameters, this is what we're looking for, they start their process, I would imagine once they put it out there, they're gonna know within a couple weeks. You know, we only have 5 candidates in the state of Ohio, just throwing, you know. We only have 5 candidates, board, this is where we are, we've reached out to everybody and every resource in Ohio, you have 5 candidates that meet your qualifications. And at that point, can we say, let's open it up to out of state? I don't know,
That's what
throwing it out there.
attracted me to K-12's presentation, was she mentioned that she will look close. And so I think that candidates potentially from Indiana or Pennsylvania would understand our region and the needs and how
The
our
other,
community is set up.
sorry, Kelly. The other thing, I liked with K through 12 is the reference about Sycamore district in Cincinnati. That is a decent sized district. My cousins, in fact, Memorial Weekend, I'll be traveling around for graduations, but I have a cousin whose son is graduating out of that school district this coming May. And so, going there and visiting and listening to family members talk about the school district, that also attracted me. And the word I kind of quickly jot down with them because it stood out to me with K through 12 on the district in that area.
I mean, I think we're all, you don't want to go out and spend $250,000 like some people did. But we don't want people to think, oh, you guys don't give a crap. They're not putting any effort into this. So there's that happy medium.
The K-12, did she mention she has to, they use other people, like, do they have everybody in-house, do they have to? It's not the, it's not like Final Year says everybody in-house and they don't have many consulting firms, but does K-12 have to consult outside of there? Did she say that piece, did you discuss that, and she was like, if you have this, you can go.
I'm 9, I was about to say, my notes say 9,
because I would appoint two to our firm.
Correct.
But they all use the same.
Yeah, all the same surgeons.
Right. Yes, I'd say that's what
Groups
I'm
and
saying.
organizations.
9 consultants to assign
There's a lot.
to assist with the process.
I think your question about can we expand later is relating to the end of August, or that time frame that we're dealing with. And just how much time it takes to somebody to go out and spread their network and recruit and talk and whatever, and to say, oh, by the way, we want you to start at this date, you know. That's the problem of waiting. And I don't know that I think it'll take them a couple weeks just to start, because remember, the first step is just to even get feedback before you even go out and start knocking on doors and advertising and everything else. So there's gonna be a process of just getting all that to happen before that even happens. Then do that. You know, so if you do down the road say, okay, we're not happy with this candidate, but we want to expand it, you might run into a problem with your end date, and have to figure that out. But think about other people in their contract, like, you know,
Right.
they have their end of the year and they have to decide where they're gonna be, they're not gonna push it to them, you know, that's the whole point.
What would be the benefit of using 2 firms?
It really boils down, do you want, in my view, if your goal is to say, hey, how many districts our size are in Ohio, right? And if you're going to say, we want to try to recruit somebody that already has extensive experience at a district of this size, that's a very narrow pool. And then you start saying, well, where are other big districts? Well, you know, and you start naming some of the other states where there are big districts, and you can say, well, maybe we should look at those places too. If you don't want to do that, and you focus more on Ohio, you're more looking at somebody maybe with not as big of a district, or maybe an assistant superintendent in a pure district or something like that. So it's more of it just changes the dynamics of who you're so it's somebody more that's going to be not necessarily experienced in the chair or at that level likely, unless they're a lateral move for some reason, who knows what. But that's kind of how you think about that affects what the kind of candidate you're going to get. I would guess if you stick just to Ohio, you're more likely, because we have a fewer number of big districts, dealing with somebody that's either in-house, or somebody that is like an assistant superintendent, for example, at a Worthington or a Hilliard or whatever, and you're saying, okay, this is a good person that we want to give them a promotion. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's very different than, oh, this is somebody that's already in a huge district, you know, or something, and they want to move to Ohio for some reason, or they have families here. It's a completely different dynamic. So just
I was thinking too, with the size wise, like the size of, you know, being top, in the top 5, it's like there's not many of that we're gonna come down, you know, there's not a huge pool here of having experience in a large school district with the diversity of our school district, also with all the uniqueness we have going on, and a lot of the things we have going on here, obviously everybody has going on,
But, just trying to make sure I'm not missing something in my head. Say why to go with two or why, stick with one, so I'm making sure market tracks.
I mean, if you hired two firms, is that like a conflict of interest?
I think there's gonna be overlap.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
But most always say that in their presentation, so you be like, and why am I doing this? And so that's why I said, like, what about this in here about people saying, we'll work with two firms? And I'm like, okay,
Yeah, so they do it. So,
Okay.
I mean, it's not like an uncommon or crazy question.
Just to explain that more. The K-12 and Finding Leaders both work with the ESC, for example. Because really,
Right.
it's a question, anybody, you guys on your own can put an ad in the paper. Like, that's nothing special. Anybody can put an ad in the paper. It's the question of who has networks, call phone numbers and say, oh yeah, I know you from such and such. And, it's about pushing networks, essentially. So you're buying a network at the end of the day. And so the thought process with combining networks is that, for example, Finding Leaders said, oh yeah, for 10th grade, we can work with somebody national. So for example, if you went with Gray and Associates, and then you put an extra 10 into Finding Leaders, they'll work their networks on whatever, and then you still have that. So that's how you could combine the two, and all of them said that they could do that. K-12 said they would, Finding Leaders, whatever. It just really boils down to, do you want to go national or outside of Ohio, or do you want to just really stay zoned in on Ohio?
I think the other thing you really have to consider here, and I think Mr. Garth would be best to speak about this, but when you talk about large urbans outside, you have to consider our retirement system. You're not gonna get somebody who's worked 25 years in another state to come to this with them. So that is a financial factor you can't afford. And it's just something to consider.
And if they are deciding to do that, you might question why they're deciding. I know this is kind of the next level part of this, but I will say that I came from a school district in 2000, when I came here back in 1999, to a school district in 20. And because I had a lot of hands into a lot of things at a smaller school district, it gave me a lot of knowledge to understand how it applies to a big school district. And I'm probably still, like Bill had asked me about this sub-incentive stuff like 5 minutes before the meeting. So I was able to pull that out really quickly. Like if you ask some treasurers that have only been a big district experience, they know how to do it. Right. So there is some advantage sometimes to having small school experience. I'm not saying that this is the same with the superintendent, but I wouldn't discount that all the way.
That doesn't scare me, the thought of someone coming from a smaller district if they're a quality person and ready to take on this challenge. That doesn't make sense.
So you could be like, oh.
So it sounds like we want to go with K-12.
I would say for the sake of time and that we don't have a lot of it, that a decision should be made.
So
Most
I have
number ones.
a sample resolution to work off of, just fill in the blank for the company you want. And then every one of them there's the core price of the firm's services, but there's going to be additional things. As you saw, and obviously Columbus example is a very extreme example relative, but there are other costs of the hotel, if somebody's coming from some other part of the state or whatever. So the goal with this resolution is there's two blanks. One is the name of the firm, and then two, give us an overall budget to work within so that we don't have to come back to you and say, whatever, like we just have, and in that way, for example, if we need a little extra help with communications, for example, we might bring in a communications firm to help with some of the survey work or whatever. We have some flexibility is the point. So then basically,
if I can elaborate on that piece, as we heard, obviously, stakeholder engagement throughout this process is incredibly vital in a lot of different groups, right? So, some of the thematic elements I heard in some of their sample questionings, I didn't sound too far off from what we laid probably a couple hours ago, I guess now. But where I really think the core of the piece is where, if we're going to offset maybe potentially some savings to help in some other areas, is really on that focus group side of things. When we're talking about preserving objectivity that a third party could provide to come in and facilitate some of those groups, like where's the line between who gets an invite, who doesn't, from what stakeholder group, how do you help a union decide who should come and participate in those things. I'd like to think I'm a trustworthy person, but I do work for the district, so having that third layer I can see being the core of what a communications piece would look like. But I do think, with our existing mechanisms and reach, we can survey and get to a lot of folks, maybe with some input, obviously, once we know the path moving forward to help to maybe offset some things in some other areas.
So I guess something like Omar was saying we should talk about is what's our budget as far as the max until that's done, and then you gotta come back to us to get something.
K-12, their goal plan was like
17.9.
Okay, so would 25,000 as a cap budget?
That would be a cap for just K-12. If you're talking about anybody else, any additional firms or whatever, they're gonna want whatever. I mean, we have to go into that in a lot of detail. We haven't even started that conversation, but I guess basically if you're just looking for most of the other firms out there, they get closer to 50 by the time you're said and done with all the little.
Why do we don't wanna keep coming back and saying, here's
Well, that's
some
what I
more
was
money and we
thinking
have to
too.
vote on it every
Spend
time?
it all.
No, we don't.
Yeah,
You know,
Yeah.
you probably won't spend it all.
It says amount not to exceed, just to be clear
Yeah.
on the resolution.
Would we all agree with that $100,000 not to exceed that? Or do we take it down?
I would agree.
I mean, it's not, no, we don't have to spend $100,000.
Yeah.
It's
You're not
just, we're not
doing
exceeding.
and again, what if there's a possibility that, oh, hey, K-12 did find something in Pennsylvania and they're bringing that whole family with them? I mean, are we putting them up in a hotel?
They can
or
stay at
all
my
those
house.
things? But like those expenses, like are those expenses gonna come up, like, and that way we don't have to have a,
Well, you said 50.
Over the
You said
weekend, my brain went, oh man, 50. I went all the way to maybe 75.
You wanna meet in the middle?
So cheap.
I, I mean, I'll throw it out there, you know, when Columbus City spent $500,000, Columbus City Schools spent $500,000 for their search. I mean, if we only spent $20,000 in, you know, holding us down to something, I mean, we gotta be able to move
25 is
through.
too low, for sure.
25 is too low.
Sorry, Kelly.
I think 200 is too high, 200 is too high, but expenses, inflation, over there, I mean.
Just the unforeseen, like I said, they keep coming back and.
Sure, at least 75 to
Yeah, I went, oh man. That's what I thought. So I don't take my number, but my max over the weekend brain constant thought went 75.
I settled on 75, but it's.
With
We're here.
75, we can go back to some of the, we can do more of a national within that money. I mean, in other words, we can work with K-12 and we can expand it a little bit if it's not, whatever. You know, that's a lot of money to play with. I mean, not play with, but you know what I'm saying, to make sure that we get a very good search done. And also so there's three pieces really. There's the search, there's the communication, all these focus group things, and then there's also vetting, the online, like all that vetting stuff. There's a lot more that can be done with that. And I know everybody can say they vet, but there's more and less that can be done in that space. So.
I mean, what,
has their own
Jamie, you guys, I mean, feel free to jump in. Hey, this is our first go round.
I love what you're talking about because I think it's, there are a lot of moving parts to this, right? So you talk about, Columbus Public, they spent $500,000, but then they ended up going with their intern, that was internal, right? So that's not a good use of factor. But you don't want to not follow the process and do your due diligence. So I think it is a balance. I think, Wade said it, that you really, they're going to tailor to what you guys want to support. And then you can add some of those layers that you feel like when you're getting that good feedback. I think what Evan said is we're already creating a mechanism for some feedback to get a sense of people's priorities. But I think I always think of it like this, like what's reasonable, all things considered, so that whoever that person is, you feel like you've done due diligence, you've been thorough enough to feel like you've left no stone unturned, but you've also been a good steward of taxpayer dollars, right? So that's the balance, and I can't make that decision for you, but as I hear you talk, it's kind of like where you are, because, either way, you're gonna there'll be critics about
Somebody's gonna complain? No.
Right. So, but I do think if you can say, and you've looked at kind of the free market value of what people have spent on this, we've spent the better part of the day looking at multiple consulting firms that all offer similar and like things. It sounds like you have consensus about what you're looking for. Now it's just a matter of like, we don't want to spend too much or too little, and we don't want to shortchange any part of the process if you find value in it. So if you set up something at 75 and you don't use it all, that's great too. I mean, I think that would be reasonable. When you look at kind of like, I was thinking of it like this, if you have like the Cadillac version and I kind of want to look at the Toyota Camry, I think that's kind of where you are. You know?
Mission version.
Yeah.
Always.
Mine, you know,
I get a pair of shoes and they're not
I would
pricey.
just also, I would add in there, I think the firms you're talking about are very reputable. And have found excellent superintendents around the outer belt. And I guess the challenge I would have to you, when you meet with either one of those firms, they're gonna say, what do you want?
Yeah.
And they'll build out your guardrail and your train tracks for you. You don't wanna get too messy, I don't think, but I would challenge you to say, find one district in Ohio who hired a national firm, found somebody from outside the state and they stayed.
Right.
If you can name 5, I'd be shocked. So, you do you, but I think you can ask them to ask, but I think you need to ask those questions when you build your train tracks.
Yeah.
When you hire the firm, I think Ms. Liskini said it, their job's to serve you. You say, this is what we want, and start with the end. By this date, I wanna hire a superintendent to lead this district. Then back up and you tell them, I don't like that, I want this, I want more of this. That's their job, that's your job, pay them all this money to do. So, yeah, I think the firms you're talking about are very reputable.
And the other side of that too is these people will be interviewing us too. So when they come, they're gonna be like, is this a good fit? Because a fit really matters, right? So they're gonna be looking at our team, our existing programs, the people that we're working with. I mean, so I think that's a piece too, that consulting firms, these firms I know in particular take that to heart too, because they want our district to be, authentically represented to these folks, so they know exactly what the work is gonna look like, but they know what the work and landscape will look like.
And just one other comment on size is that I think that we're kind of spoiled a little bit here in central Ohio because we have so many. When you look at the average size of a district in Ohio being 3,000 students, 2,300 students, and you think about how many districts in central Ohio are so much bigger than those numbers. Because when I would go out, when we talk to other districts as we're at conferences or just, reporting things, and you realize how small these places are, it seems like, we must live in like big district, big district country. Because although it seems like they're just normal, other parts of the state, they really aren't normal. So I think the fact that we're the fifth largest, we kind of live in this area like the land of the giants.
I want to say just one more thing, sorry.
No, I like it.
Actually, my PhD dissertation was about superintendent longevity. And I think the other reason that we're spoiled, whatever your belief system is, we've really in 30 years had 2 people. Most districts are used to every 2 years it's a new person. So as you put your lens on, you have to think that is the norm. We're not used to that. And so when you're attracting people and you decide what we're building for them, because as Jamie said, they're gonna choose us too, we gotta make it desirable for them to want to live here. And so everything we say and talk about and we hear is important to attract the best person. So I submit that to you as well. 3 years is not long. We can't have somebody every 3 years turn in the mill. And so we're spoiled that way.
And another way that we're spoiled, is I hope that you heard, I can't remember who it was, the ESC or someone, was talking about, how well Southwestern City Schools is respected. I know that, amongst the family, there's in there places for improvement. But outside of here, this is a great place to be. This is a place that people aspire to come to. And again, I learned that kind of coming to education from a different industry, that really is true about our district. There needs to be lots of industry close.
So, we're set on 75. Max? Any more comments?
So just to be clear, that's good on the budget, make it clear, so the resolution's there. But just in terms of this feedback, so that it's clear in my mind, in terms of where we're moving forward. Are we not, we're focusing on Ohio, is that the bottom line?
Yes.
Just to be super clear.
Okay, right now, yes.
Yes. Right.
felt we should people from Ohio. Well,
And we'll probably know soon enough too, by the way, like you said, within like 2 weeks. Like how many applicants, I mean.
One more thing, just to be, I'm sure you're consented on, but you gotta do the motion.
You gotta do the motion.
But there was this question about if there are potential applicants, it's this whole thing of the number of people who actually apply versus the number of people who could apply if somebody reached out to them, talked to them, et cetera, et cetera. Does this board feel comfortable in having meetings set up off to the side with a couple of board members before somebody even applies? That whole thing? Or do you not feel comfortable with that and you just want, you know, like the whole board is the only time touch point with, you know, the in other words, only after people apply and they're through the process, the whole board treat it the same, rather than maybe two board members going off to the side and having a pre-meeting with somebody before they even apply, you know, whatever. Just how do you feel about that? I want to make sure everyone's on the same page, so we don't end up
I know
with.
when ESC said, I was like, what?
I guess it's whatever's legal.
It's legal either way, it's just a question of, do you
So
want to do it?
my only input on that is when he talked about how you have candidates that are interested, but they also don't want to make waves in their own district if they don't end up being chosen. I mean, that's a pretty big risk to put that out there.
When you choose your person, I'm gonna tell you right now, you're not gonna get 40 applicants, because they're not gonna fill the door. You want anyone with experience. That will be your consultant's job, to go out and, that's who they know. And they talk and go, you wanna go to Southwestern? Yeah, I'm thinking about it. Hey, Mr. Boza, would you talk to this person? Whatever. You're gonna have to get comfortable in there, because otherwise you're gonna get two people.
So I guess I'm fine.
But they'll put the guardrails on for you.
Yeah, I would
Which one
just say, I mean,
comfortable
if
with?
two are gonna meet and, you know, have a dinner, then.
And they're not gonna decide. They're just gonna
Exactly.
see whether there's enough of a connection
Well, they
there.
use the word synergy, like, is
Yeah.
there a
Synergy.
connection
You
there?
wanna
Is
have
there-
that first, you know, it's the first
I like
date,
that.
right?
Yeah.
First date.
And so,
Going through that.
to Brian's point, I mean, again, you can tap into a little bit more. I mean, again, we want the best person for kids, for staff, for our community. And sometimes that comes without officially putting your name on paper. Now, granted, there's going to be a stop along this train here where, hey, it's 11th hour, you got to put up, or, you know, you got to put your name in.
Yeah.
But, you know, to make sure that it's the best person for our staff, for our kids, community, that, you know, those
But that's what
informal,
you're paid to do.
yes, have to happen, and that will be with that firm you select, so.
So the end question is, as a group, as a body, collectively, do you want to assign specifically two, or do you want it to be a rotating two? Like, in other words, let's say it's these two meet with the first one and they didn't apply, okay, and then somebody else is maybe interested, whatever, we pick the two different board members to meet with that, or do, you know what I'm saying, like, what do you want to do about this whole topic?
I would like for it to be.
Because what I don't want to have happen is somebody would say,
My brain was going, that was my next one too, Omar. It was like, so how do you select who the two is? But I think, what this board is trying to do is be transparent and all work together, and we aim for all of us to have equal, opportunity and platform, as we, you know, discussed oftentimes. And so I think if it's rotating, and then, you know, that would be, would be good. So then we would value what each other is.
now, ultimately, you will have meetings in executive session, you will, like, all that happens.
Correct.
But the problem is, we don't want somebody to say, well, somebody got turned away because they, you know, two board members went off to the side and had a coffee and they took, you know, scared them off and what happened there. You know, like, we just don't want any, I just think that opens up a lot of criticism potential. But if you're comfortable with it, we can we'll just start rotating two and say, these two did first and whatever, just move from there. We just need to do the resolution now.
All right. So under superintendent position and their items for action resolution regarding the selection of an executive search firm to assist the board in conducting a search for superintendent. Whereas on March 11th, 2024, the Board of Education voted to accept Superintendent Rice's resignation for retirement purposes effective August 31st, 2025, and further reassign Bill Wise to the position of Special Assistant to the Superintendent effective August 1st, 2024. And hereas the board wishes to engage a executive search firm services and other professional consulting and legal services to assist the board in identifying and selecting candidates for consideration for the next superintendent. Hereas the board has evaluated multiple search firms and search firm proposals, therefore, be it resolved that the board has selected K-12 Business Consulting Incorporated to serve as the executive search firm to assist the board. The board hereby authorizes the law firm of Tarazi Law to engage in selected search firms and engage in other professional services as necessary on its behalf for purposes of superintendent search in the amount not to exceed $75,000 for fiscal year 24. Can I get a motion? Approved? So move second.
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Peterson. Roll call.
Mrs. Martindale, Mrs. Peterson,
Yes.
Mrs. D'Angelo Steele,
Yes.
Ms. Liskinen,
Yes.
Mr. Bosso.
Yes.
I have one more question. So it's clear we picked K-12. Now, Finding Leaders said they'd support whoever for an extra 10, and we have $75,000 budget. Do I consider, is that on the table or off the table to bring them in for that extra 10, or do we just not engage them at all? I'm just, in terms of.
I feel right now, no.
Feel right now, no. Okay.
But
I could go either way on it.
it's a board decision. What do you guys think?
What are the benefits out there? The benefits do that cover more ground, they're in different areas.
They might have different networks. I'm just saying, just making sure we're clear. That's all.
And Quayswell may advise you after we get to where we're gonna get to from there.
So we'll start with K-12.
Start with K-12.
We'll go from there and see where it goes.
As one other piece I just wanted to add, in particular for audience folks, right? There's some independent moving pieces here as timelines are established and everything else. In the next coming weeks, my intent is to have under the district tab a superintendent search dedicated webpage to start as timelines are filling up to keep a piece of communication open to make sure the very first entry on the timeline is going to be Dr. Wise announced his retirement last week. The next piece is going to be the establishment of the firm, and then as dates are solidified, opportunities for feedback are coming in. We'll make sure that that's a home base, a landing page, a parking lot, more or less, for our community to refer to. If you've got questions, you're in the neighborhood, hey, how's that search going? And we have the webpage or just under the district tab. So I'll work to start putting together materials for that as we move forward.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And before we adjourn, I just want to say, these open forums like this, with more casual, we can speak. I think, did you guys like this, where we get together as a board, talk about issues? I think it works out well. Not so formal at a board meeting, but awesome.
Well,
you're right. I'm sorry. All right.
Thank you for reporting all that.
You're welcome.
Organizing it.
You're welcome. Well, I'll move to adjourn the meeting. Make it a second.
Second.
Roll call.
Mr. Bosso.
Yes.
Ms. Liskinen.
Yes.
Ms. D'Angelo Steele.
Yes.
Ms. Martindale. Ms. Peterson.
Yes.